certain things come on in a field. So I'm going to, again, we're trying to do presentation and meta presentation. I'm not just going to present the results like I would to a regular audience. I'm presenting it in a meta way. And I'll maybe do that with a couple things. Then later today, session 3 and 4 is meant, and we'll just take the session and do it. So nobody's going to be talking. This is sort of like homework, but homework that's in-class homework, right? And I'll show you what the assignment is. Then what we're going to do, session 2 tomorrow, is a different version of the Masterclass. We've called this a Masterclass. And one way a Masterclass works in music, and my wife's a music teacher, is a student performs in front of an audience, and then the professor sort of goes over the student's sort of performance in front of the whole class. So the whole class is seeing what is being said to and about the other student's performance as a way that they all learn, right? So this is what they call the Masterclass session. They bring in, somebody, some student performs the violin or piano or whatever, and then the kind of visiting or professor gives active kind of feedback to the student, but in front of everybody else, so that everybody else is benefiting. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a presentation of the assignments with 2 different volunteers, and then we're going to break into paired presentations, meaning we're just going to divide you up and you'll present what you've done to somebody else, and then somebody else will present to you, so that everybody gets a chance to talk through what they've done on the assignment, because the assignment is in some sense the reflection of the skill that we've been trying to create over these 3 days. Then we'll have some floor discussion and way forward. So that's where we're headed. And just to be clear about the pedagogical structure, and we'll get to pedagogy in a second, of the reason I want to do this is I kind of don't want everyone to start working on the assignment until they've seen both me and and Jim, because we're all, I think, going to take quite different approaches into it and present it in different ways. And I think then you're integrating, okay, I've seen 3 different views of what I'm doing and how I'm trying to make my research, think through making my research high impact. And so then you can incorporate into your thinking all 3 of those. Whereas if we start you doing something before you've seen them all, you don't necessarily incorporate it. So that's what we're doing. Okay. So next slide. And I think maybe next slide. Glad to see that. So this is the assignment for day 3. This is what we're going to expect you to do tomorrow, and you can start on it earlier thinking about it, is all of you have written a proposal, right? All of you have a funded proposal. And you've all presented that. I think everybody's presented that proposal in various sessions that we've had. So you've already created a PowerPoint that describes your research, right? So now what the exercise is drawing on what, I've said, Yaz said, Jim has said, is add to that presentation a slide or 2 of what you as the authors anticipate is the Bayesian shock or the research value added of your research. And there's various ways you can think about it. You could add slides of what you think I, Lant Pritchett, will learn from your study. Because, again, I saw all these proposals, I read all these proposals, I listened to all the PowerPoints, and in none of them was it obvious to me what you thought that I thought I was going to learn. It was obvious in some sense what you were going to do. I'm going to do the following research, but it wasn't obvious how you were mapping what you thought the outcomes of that research was going to be, was going to increment the existing knowledge of the world in an interesting way. So that's, we hope the value added of this training is to allow you to articulate that about your research. Because again, part of the whole 3-day session is the articulation of that about your research is in the end what's going to drive the interest, it's what's going to drive your research to be interesting, right? It's being able to articulate clearly that. Or what you can imagine, if you don't want to think of me as the audience of the Bayesian shock, you can think you're submitting this for a development economics journal, and what's the pitch to the editor, right, of why your paper will add to existing understanding, right? Meaning, again, and as we talked a bit yesterday, what people are looking for is not description. Here is what I did, here's what I found. They're looking for meaning. They're saying, here is how what I did and what I found augments, the existing understanding. And I think it's really, I was talking with Professor Mwabu on the side, and because what we're trying to get people to understand is that your research has to be both deeply about the economy, but also embedded in the literature. So one of my positive mentors is Larry Summers, who's a very famous both research and policy economist. And his phrase was, write papers about the economy, don't write papers about economics. And this is a really important distinction, because oftentimes when you write economics papers, you're just writing about the literature. Somebody else in the literature did this, I'm going to do this that's slightly like it. And I'm going to, whereas what you want to say is, I want to look at the world. I want to understand the world that I'm living and engaging with and dealing with, and I want to bring that understanding to the literature. And I hope everybody gets this is a radically different approach, right? Because oftentimes the way graduate students are taught, they're taught by showing them the literature, and then you're asked as an exercise and as your thesis to, imitate the literature. But what we're trying to say is, don't write papers about the literature. Write papers about the world, about education, about the economy, about, productivity, about how people are making choices. But in order to do that and have it get attention and understanding and make you famous, you need to embed it in the literature. See what I'm saying? But again, this is just, I keep repeating this because this is a radically different approach to what you may have seen in your earlier training that was technique focused and literature focused. So I want you to be about the literature, but not about the literature. I want you to embed into the literature explicitly. Okay, so this is the assignment you're going to do tomorrow in day 3. So this is where we're headed. We're headed for each of you to be able to articulate this. And again, the purpose of the assignment isn't about just the paper it isn't about the funded proposal. It's about moving forward as you think about new ideas. What am I going to research next? What am I going to do? How am I going to write? How am I going to do research? Having this skill ex ante is going to be really important. Okay, so now let's, I'm going to bring out the whiteboard. I'm going to bring out is this really whiteboard? Because the debrief I want to do, and it isn't going to be, okay. Is there any chance, I'm talking to the tech guys, is there any chance we can load yesterday's slides? Yeah. So let's load yesterday's slides. And let's, this is unnerving to see myself like this. It's lag. um, I just need to bring up. I've forgotten who I assigned who. So, and just scroll down until we get to that. Remember the table where we assigned the groups, people to the groups. Oh, there it goes. One back. Okay, so let's start just semi-arbitrarily. You might suspect that I'm going to start with group 1, but that would be too predictable and boring. So let's start with group 3. I mean, these numbers in the numbering groups is just an ordinal thing, really, not a cardinal thing. So who was in group 3? Group 3, group 3, group 3. Okay, so you were assigned Jishnu Das. So I guess let's start with, you were in group 3, right? So let's start, what was the paper of Jishnu's that your group ended up focusing on? Did you end up focusing on the paper? Oh, you're in group 1, sorry. I thought you raised your hand. You're in group 3, okay. We'll start with you. And we'll come to the, so did you settle on a paper? Which paper was it? Okay. Oh, I am just so happy you settled on that paper. I was hoping you would. So can you describe? So the first is just a description of what was the paper. Okay. Okay, so the essence of the paper for people that didn't see it and read it is they are studying various villages in Pakistan. They regard each village as a self-contained market. So basically kids don't cross villages to go to school. But within each village, there's actually a relatively large number of providers, all within physical reach of the same students. So in some sense, you know, it's self-contained markets, right? So each village is a market in which people are making choices about which school their child attends across an array of both existing public and a quite, you know, part of the early finding is there's a quite large number of private schools. It isn't there's one public school, one private school. There's often, I think the median is like 2 public schools, in part because in Pakistan public schools tend to be gender segregated, so there's a boys' school and a girls' school, but there's often 6 or 8 private schools. Okay? So then their intervention was they just created for each village a report card that showed the kind of learning results of each of the schools. And then they just circulated that. That's all they did. They didn't give anybody any money. They didn't give anybody any. And then they studied the dynamics of how does the intervention affect the equilibrium in the village. Does everybody get this? Because it's just sort of like they weren't. They just wanted to see what happened, right? Okay. Now, 3, right? So that's what the paper was. Why did your group think this was a high citation paper?
Went down. So
Right.
that aspect of information provision to the at a lower level to the villages.
Right, and yeah, go ahead. Jump in here too.
Thank you very much. I was part of the team.
Good.
And we also agreed that this was a distinguishing case paper,
A what?
a distinguishing paper in
Yeah.
terms of the Bayesian shock, in that it contextualizes or bring a different case that try to add more knowledge to what was already known. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the group? Who else was in the group? You were in the group?
Thank you very much. We selected the book, the article, because it has high citation, and also we see that after the intervention, the equilibrium changes. That for the treated group, the average increases, and also the average effect or scores of the non-treated group also increase. This is a good paper that shows that the intervention is split. The effect of the intervention is disentangled between those of the treated and untreated. The effect of the intervention is split by using this type of difference in difference type effect disentangulations.
And in this, so in this, one of the reasons I think this paper was particularly high citation was that it was looking at the impact across the whole village. Because prior, in most studies in education, they're examining the school as the primary phenomenon of interest, right? So a lot of the way that people study the impact of various things is they go to this school and they do the thing for that school, and they don't do it for another school, and they compare the difference in the outcomes across the schools. But in this paper, the unit of observation was the market. It was the village. And the treatment was at the level of the village. So rather than saying, does this school get better if we give them books, they said, what happens to the market if we make the market more informationally rich, right? And they took into account that all the schools were not just reacting to each other, not just reacting, they were reacting both to what the information about their school was, but about what other schools' information was. So partly what happened, both of you mentioned that what happened is the lower performing private schools lowered their prices because they realized, hey, we've been charging a premium price, and now everybody knows we're not selling a premium product, right? So what was super important about this paper is rather than focus on the unit of observation and we're understanding, you know, instead of understanding the phenomena of what happens with respect to an intervention being at the production unit, the school, they explicitly said, we just want to study how the whole market shifts in response to things that changes the market, the way the market works. And one way markets work is that there's better or worse information available to the people making choices. So I think the big Bayesian shock here, right? The big Bayesian shock here was that market dynamics matter, not just school by school, right? And this is why I think everybody, lots of people saw this paper as, you know, this is why it was in a top journal, this is why I got a lot of attention, because everybody realized, oh, even though we're economists, we haven't really been focusing on the market. We've been focusing as if we were going to go to this McDonald's restaurant and change the way they do French fries and study the impact on that restaurant. But what we really wanted to study is what happens if one restaurant gets better to the other restaurants. How do they respond endogenously to changes of others? So I think, again, big Bayesian shock here, and just because this it's a super interest. There's two super interesting things about this, and we'll move to the next group. One super interesting thing about this is part of the research project in which I work with Jishnu, called RISE, which I think I've mentioned. They actually went back to these same villages, which they didn't do anything. They did this treatment, they wrote the paper. Now, with additional funding, they went back to the same villages, I think it's 7 years later, with no intervening. They haven't done anything else in the meantime, and these villages still outperform the control villages. So now we have evidence that just a once-off treatment effect that changed the informational richness of the information available to people making choices within a village changed in a long run way the dynamics of the village, which is super interesting, right? Because one of the things about all these RCTs is they come in, they do the treatment, they assess the treatment, 12 months, 18 months later, and then they go away, and nobody knows whether that treatment effect goes away. So this is one of those cases where, the treatment effect really made a big difference, right? The second thing is these guys have done now other studies like this of taking the market, and one of the things they did is they just went in, again, they went into certain villages, and they just literally gave cash grants to private schools. Untied cash grants. They didn't say, here's a desk. They just said, here's some money you can use to improve your school, right? And then the super interesting thing was, in some villages, they gave all the schools a cash grant. And in other villages, they just gave selected schools the cash grant. And so again, you could see the impact of the intervention not just at the school, but on the market. And what they found is, when they just gave a cash grant to some schools, the schools used that to improve visible inputs that attracted customers and raise prices. But learning didn't go up, because they knew they could attract customers with better desks or better looking building. And so if you just evaluated the treatment as the school, you would see those schools expansion. We have to think about them as markets, and people are making choices. And then what's an intervention at the level of the producer versus a single producer versus an intervention that affects operation of the market. Okay, so this is, again, big Bayesian shock. The fact that it worked and produced big results also made it interesting, but I think the key thing, again, the key thing that I personally learned from this paper was not just that you could have, is that is they were explicitly thinking of, let's affect the market dynamics across the whole village. And then they saw some schools, like, for instance, one of the really interesting things was some schools just learned they were crappy schools and quit, right? So partly the really bad private schools went out of business. Because all of a sudden they realized they were bad at it, and they might not have known that. And other people realized they were bad at it. So you actually all had this market function that we don't think a lot about driving schools out of business, which is how, markets work. Okay, let's go to group 5. And by the way, that was just dumb luck that I'd actually read that paper. I haven't read all the papers of all these people, so I may not be able to provide my own personal opinion. Who was in group 5? You were in group 5, you're group 5, group 5. Okay, so who wants to start with, and Leonard Wanchicon is a African researcher. He sort of splits his affiliations and between being a political scientist. He does a lot of pure political science work, but he's also done some interesting human capital. And the group asked me, do we have to focus on one of his human capital papers? And I said, no, not necessarily, just focus on a paper you find interesting. So what paper did the group settle on? You want to start? And you want to start with a microphone, because we have remote people, right?
Oh, okay, thank you.
We're trying to be kind to them as we can.
So
Okay.
the
Sarah.
paper we chose was on the slave trade and origins of mistrust in Africa.
The what? Sorry. I'm hard of hearing. And
Yeah. The slave trade and origins of mistrust in
oh,
Africa.
my word. Okay. And you realize you're going to do more of that paper with Jim this afternoon, right?
Yes. Yeah.
This is the paper he's going to discuss in terms of methodology, but okay. That's
Yeah,
terrific.
I think to me it is an interesting paper to read, and it brings in, from my side, it brings in a lot of the political economy
Right.
kind of stuff, and it tries to take us back to history
Mm-hmm.
for us to be able to understand how history has shaped our behaviors. And it tried to look at our cultural norms in Africa,
Mm-hmm.
and how those cultural norms have also evolved over time. And he goes ahead to demonstrate, to decompose two components, the external as well as the internal
Mm-hmm.
environment, and how it has impacted on the mistrust. And he finds that more than 50% is really through the internal environment. And the other thing that I liked a lot was where he says that history matters.
Yeah. Okay.
So I thought it was an interesting paper, and even methodologically,
Okay.
he really does it well.
Okay.
And it made me to think through what we normally do in our the way we conduct research.
Okay.
Some
So,
of these things looks to be
And-
simple.
and like I say, I think Jim, I don't know why Jim has chosen this paper, but Jim in his in his discussion this afternoon and talking about how you do research, he's going to use this paper as an example. Okay. So the what of the paper is that, just for those that didn't read it again, the what of the paper is what they did is they said, look, some areas of Africa had a lot of slave trade, and some areas of Africa didn't have as much slave trade. And in the areas in which there was slave trade, it was your incentive to get the hell away from the slave trade. So, if in the absence of a slave trade, you'd expect people to settle near rivers, near roads, near convenient transport, near in the most productive areas. But if the slavers are coming up the river, which was, again, the most convenient transport at the time, you want to get the hell away from the river. So the settlement patterns of where people chose to live were driven endogenously by, historically, by these patterns of whether or not how intensive the slave trade was. And so what you had is patterns of co-location being quite different in high slave trade areas, because you just stayed away. Instead of, like most places, settling nearest the convenient transport, you wanted, transport was a bad thing. It was sort of like, by the way, this is also true of London. I mean, London is where London is because the Vikings couldn't get that far up the river. So, the settlement patterns of England are also affected by getting the hell away from the coasts where the Vikings could come, anytime and raid you. So, anyway, and then the what of the paper was they showed that today economic activity in the various regions is affected by these historical patterns. Is that the what? Okay. Now, so slave trade affected location, affected, norms, affected outcomes today, right? Okay, now, why? Why was this a high citation paper? What was the Bayesian shock to the economics profession of this paper? Were you in this group? Yeah, so why do you think this paper got a ton of citations?
Thank you very much. Sorry for coming late. In addition to what she has said, the paper was authored by Noah. Is it Noah?
No.
No.
Nathan, no.
Is it Nathan? No.
Nathan.
Yeah, on the issue of
right.
the slave trade and the origin of mistrust in Africa.
Right.
The writer, the author, had a total sample of 21,822, and at least he has 120 respondents from each country, and because he carried out a survey from 17 sub-Saharan Africa, and using an ordinary least square to estimate his result.
Right.
And generally he used the issue of trust, which is
right.
a serious burden, as a dependent variable, and also other variable he used in estimating his variables were the ethnic groups, districts, and some other countries, and the result was robust. And looking at the issue of trust, and this has of course caused a lot of issues, distinction in sub-Saharan Africa, and of course has largely affected growth and development.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, that's a little much. That's a little what? We want to think why. Why was this a high citation paper? They could have written this and everybody goes, yeah, we knew all that. Or yeah, that doesn't really matter to what we're talking about. What's the big debate that it was speaking to?
I think what made it high citation paper was that it was coming in the heels of a pioneer contribution by Nathan Noon himself.
By the what?
Nathan Noon himself. In 2008, he had published a paper on the impact of slave trade on economic performance in modern times. And he was the first author to do that, because before that time, historians were just discussing the issue. These are the numbers people taking and so on.
Right.
He was the first to bring the numbers, put it together on a country level basis, and establish that relationship. Actually, I was involved in an online training program where the two authors were talking, both Nathan and Wanchicon. They met at a conference, and Leonard was saying, back in my village in Benin Republic, my people have been affected by slave trade, and they tend to show distrust. And then they say, okay, can we then try and bring the data and see whether it is this slave trade that's affecting distrust? And then they came together to do the paper, and I think it was
okay, but I'm pulling I want to, the whole point I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pull you away from the specifics, because high citation papers are high citation papers for people that don't care at all about the slave trade. right? This paper gets a lot of attention from people that have zero intrinsic interest in Africa and zero intrinsic interest in the slave trade. Because it's affecting our understanding, it's using the issue of the slave trade and the mistrust to illustrate, and again, I'm sort of thinking, I think this was a super high citation paper because there's a huge debate between people that think countries' economic performance is impacted by policies and people who think countries' economic performance is affected by institutions. And the huge difference is this school of thought tends to think any country can adopt any policy it feels like, and hence country performance is affected by choices you're making today, and those choices can be reasonably unconstrained by existing things. So this school of thought wants to emphasize policy choices that are being made and the choices people have, and this school of thought emphasizes the long reach of history, right? So this paper is super important because here is a really important, here's an example in which we can show you that things that happened 200 years ago, not quite 200, but things that happened 150 years ago explain enormous amounts of what goes on today. So this is paper was a huge win for this crowd in this big debate between the policy crowd of just adopt free trade and you'll do okay versus the institutions crowd that emphasized history and norms and the historical contingency. This paper got a lot of attention, again, from people that had zero kind of intrinsic interest in the slave trade or zero intrinsic interest in Africa per se. So the reach of this paper wasn't just Africanists. Everybody was interested in this paper because this paper was a huge win for the historical institutional crowd versus the policy crowd, right? And the reason I emphasize this is, again, often the report card paper isn't just about people who are interested in Pakistan, and isn't really just even about people who are interested in education. It's saying interesting things about how markets work, and that markets work in different ways when the informational is richer. So you have this moving from the specific finding to the ramifications, and the broader the set of the ramifications, the broader the potential audience, right? And so I think Nathan and Jim will speak more to this because Jim Robinson is very much in this crowd of the institutions, the long reach of history and institutions, and that's probably why he's going to chose this paper. So again, what I'm trying to see is work from the concrete result to who's interested in it and why, and the concrete result, the concrete result of this. And the whole point was the historians looking at the impact of the slave trade by the numbers of people taken and da-da-da. They really weren't, that whole historical discussion wasn't really having ramifications in economics. But the fact that you could show this long-term causal trade, this long-term causal chain with long reach of history on current outcomes was super important. Okay? And again, I'm just, and the reason I'm being a little bit pedantic about this is it's being embedded in speaking to these larger issues. So you want to be precise about the finding, but understand that why people were interested in this, right? Because again, lots of people that had never really thought about the slave trade or anything about Africa were really interested in this particular research because again, it spoke to not just the specific, but these general and more generic issues. Okay, great. Let's go to group one.
Maybe before we go to group one,
sorry, you want to talk?
okay.
I'm kind of moving on off this because you're going to hear more about it, I think, from Jim. But
okay, but maybe just...
it's just happy happenstance that you guys chose the paper Jim's going to talk about.
Yeah, okay, thinking about why the paper is having high citations,
Yeah.
what about if we look at maybe the journal, like when we say it was published in American Economic Review,
Yeah.
could that be the reason why also
But
the citations are very
yes. Yes, but that's completely endogenous. Meaning, what the editors of the American Economic Review are looking for are papers of broad interest, right? And so it's in the AER. I mean, it's frankly in the AER because it spoke to this issue. That's why it's in the AER. If, all of the, and the point you were making, like previous historians working on the slave trade, that never showed up in the AER because it didn't really speak to broad issues that interested economists, right? And again, the report card paper showed up in a super top journal endogenously because it spoke to, I see, we're having a whole different method where we're talking about impacts on markets, not just impacts on producers, and markets are what economists are interested in. So it was the report card paper, people who do health, people that do other kind of local markets, you could use the same thing to think about dry cleaners or restaurants, right? If there were better information about restaurants, it has the same sort of local market dynamics where you're only going to go to a very limited number of restaurants, right? Okay. Where do we want to go? We did 3, 5. What? I said group 1. Okay, let's go with group 1. Oh, let me call on you again, because this time you're actually in group 1, and you're in group 1, and you're in group 1. Okay, so we'll start with her. She's going to say what, and you're going to say why, okay? So which paper of Kartik's did you settle on? Ah, okay, that's interesting. No, just a second, let me erase this. And by the way, so far this has been and continues to be very misleading because I mean, by the way, the fact that I've read these papers is also endogenous. Like I know all these people and I chose them because I know their work. So the fact that I've read all these papers doesn't mean I've read every paper. It just means I chose people who have written papers that I like in the hopes that you would read papers that I'd already read. Okay, that way I didn't have to prepare. That's key to teaching.
Okay.
Okay, so you chose a paper called Missing in Action.
Yeah.
And what was the what of the paper?
Yeah. The paper has a total of 1,593 citations, published in Journal of Economic Perspectives, with an impact factor of 5.0.
Okay.
That was published in 2006.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What I discovered is that the author took the conventional wisdom, which is that absenteeism impedes development, is counterproductive. Of course, it's not desirable in any economy, and try to bring in some innovative measures in the methodology.
Okay.
First, he introduced an unannounced visit to schools and healthcare facilities, which has not been done by previous researchers or authors.
Mm-hmm.
And absence data was based on direct physical verification, as opposed to using logbooks and all of that. And teachers and doctors were physically observed whether they were actually teaching or attending to patients, as opposed to just being there, sitting down and doing nothing. I think that's very innovative. That's interesting. Then on the development link, it finds that weak institutions that produce these public goods are actually the barriers to economic growth and, by extension, development, and that there is a strong relationship between the quality of infrastructure and absenteeism by workers, because workers would not want to go to work because of the working conditions, let's say there is a poor working conditions, the workers will not want to go to work. So there is a strong link between the quality of infrastructure in the facility and absenteeism. And so absenteeism could be reduced if the institution is stronger, the quality of infrastructure is improved, and of course, by extension, there will be economic development. Yeah.
Okay. So, just again, for those that didn't read it, this was a paper that reported on studies across a number of different countries in which they just randomly pitched up at a school and measured whether the teacher was there and whether the teacher, if they were there, was actually engaged in anything like instructional activity or as opposed to sitting in the break room or et cetera, et cetera. And the key finding was that, and I lived and worked in India for a number of years and write about this period, so in some states, in the worst performing states, on the order of 50% of teachers weren't actually engaged in instructional activity during the period of the day they were supposed to. So literally half of the teachers weren't kind of there doing what they were being paid to do, and so why? And maybe the why is obvious, but why do you think this was a high citation paper?
Okay, thank you so much. As a team, we believe that it was a high-cited paper because the author took a conventional wisdom, or rather what people believe, and made a more distinguished case and made it more defined. So what they did is that they took a more nationally representative sample.
Right.
And then also they used common methodology on the now, this new large data set that is nationally representative, and introduced, rather than using, how do we call it, administrative data, they went directly to the schools and observed the absenteeism. So that is one of the things that made this paper quite interesting. And also looking at empirical evidence, you'll find that most studies came up with results such as, the kind of pay affecting absenteeism. But given this new trajectory that the author took, they came up with more strong factors that affect absenteeism, like infrastructure, which was missing in already the many kinds of research that have worked on absenteeism rates in the health and in the education sector. So that is what we thought was most interesting about this paper. Thank you.
Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Largely unorganized. So as a result of that, so that the result is robust in terms of the findings and conclusion. So it's able to detect that there is a strong institution, or in terms of compliance, in terms of compliance to rules in the private and the public, and it gave a lot of findings around non-application of strict measures. Actually, also contributed to a lot of absenteeism in the public institution, both education and health. As a result, the private and the seemingly unorganized unorganized private education and institution are performing more than the public, that is like a weak institution, a weak compliance to rules, among others.
Okay. I'm super glad we said I had an hour and a half to debrief, because some things are deeply inculcated into you that I'm trying to get you to get beyond. Because you're telling me, all of you start by telling me that it's a high citation paper because it was methodologically sound, right? The method was good, the results were good. That's not the issue. The world is full of methodologically sound papers that aren't high citation papers. So to some extent, that's a minimal condition. That's a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient condition. So it's easy to look at all high citation papers And every high citation paper is going to be methodologically sound. But tons and tons of methodologically sound papers aren't high citation, right? Because they don't, and on this you're at a particular disadvantage because this is, I in some sense was a deep part of this. Here is why I think this was a high citation paper, because if you think about the relationship between, you know, all of you, you're all economists, right? You're all economists. Everybody's an economist, right? Okay. So, the kind of essence of the way economists think, or you're taught to think in microeconomics, is you're taught to think about a production possibility frontier, right? And there's a production possibility frontier, and under certain assumptions about how people are behaving, they're efficient. A firm, if it's a firm is an efficient producer, it's on the PPF, right? So an efficient producer is on the PPF. Now, if you're on the PPF and you want more output, what do you need? You need more resources, right? The only way to get more outputs for somebody on the PPF is to have more inputs, right? Okay. Now, the big debate that this was speaking to was the question of whether or not the improvement in public schooling was going to come through having more resources. And what the absenteeism thing did, and the way the slave trade did, was it was a key example where you're way the hell inside the PPF. This is just the most radically clear-cut empirical observation that you can't possibly be on the PPF if half of your teachers that you're paying to teach aren't teaching. And if you're not on the PPF, we have no idea what would happen if you had more resources. Right? So, the reason these papers were so important is it was the key piece of evidence of people that wanted to say, the key to better education is not pumping in more resources, because we're way the hell off the PPF. And why don't we move, and if you're off the PPF, you can move due north, right? And this is what you were saying. Again, what you're saying is true, is like, because other private producers might be producing more with the same resources because they're more efficient. But this paper raised the whole question of whether improving education was going to primarily be by expanding budgets, which is the only thing it could be if you were on the PPF, versus improving the performance of the system with the resources it had. And basically, there was a part of a big debate between accountability approaches, that we need stronger, stricter accountability for performance to push them towards the PPF, versus needing more money. That was the huge debate. And basically, everybody in the accountability framework that said, look, the problem with the public sector is they have weak institutions, and weak organizations. They're not producing efficiently and effectively. If they're not producing efficiently and effectively, giving them more money isn't necessarily the solution, because, you know, if you're already on the interior, who knows what you're going to do with more resources, right? If we give you more resources, you know, what's going to happen? Well, we don't actually know, right? Because you're demonstrably not maximizing now. So this was, this paper was in some sense like the key, this was the smoking gun piece of evidence that there had to be effectiveness and efficiency gains from improving the operation of these organizations to move them towards the frontier. Does everybody get that? And so, yes, it was methodologically sound and was better data of this type, and the fact that it was good data meant it was usable data, but but in some sense that it spoke so unbelievably in a common sense narrative way to the question of efficiency, of basically, you know, more resources versus more efficiency of organizations, because everybody in the world could understand 50% absenteeism meant you were inefficient, right? Even people that didn't understand the word economically inefficient and didn't understand a PPF and didn't understand maximization, everybody could understand that half the teachers weren't there, right? So, which was an endemic feature of the Indian public sector. It was just surreal. Anyway, neither here nor there. Although I will tell you no, I won't. No, I will, because, okay. You guys probably like hearing jokes about Indians, right? So the story everybody tells in India is there was this very high government official, and because he was a very high government official, he had a compound that was allocated to him as a function of his being a high government official, and on that compound there was a gardener. And it had the same gardener for like 5 years, and he was a very good guy, and he worked very hard, and he was very pleased with him. And one day his gardener comes to him, and he says, "Oh, sir, there's going to be a new gardener come." So, well, why? Are you being transferred? Are you getting a different job? Or why are you leaving me? And so, no, I'm not leaving you. It's that I have been your gardener, but I didn't have a civil service position yet. But now I've actually gotten the civil service position of being your gardener. And he's like, well, then why am I getting a new gardener? And he was like, you can't expect me to work as a civil servant. Like, now that I'm a civil servant gardener, I'm no longer going to garden. That's beneath me. I'm going to go get another job. And so you'll have to hire another person to come in and do the work of being a gardener. So anyway, so this was completely endemic, that once you had the secure position of being the government worker, you no longer worked, whereas until you got the position, he'd been a very good gardener. So he lost his good gardener to his gardener getting the position of being his gardener, which is it's surreal. Anyway, so this is a super important paper. But again, the reason it's a super important high citation paper is it was speaking to this larger debate about, are we efficient and just need more money, or are we inefficient and ineffective and hence need to fix the kind of mechanisms? Why, you know, we had to start saying, why is it this the case, and how can we improve that, as well as just expanding the resource envelope? So, okay. And by the way, the Minister of Finance of India a few years later sort of cited this, because when the people were asking for more and more budget, he said, nobody I know ever fixes a leaky pipe by first turning up the pressure. Which is a great metaphor. He's like, well, wait a second, we're losing half of the time we're paying for it to absenteeism and inefficiency. Why am I going to put more pressure in the pipe, right? It's like, let's fix the pipe, then worry about how much. This is a great metaphor. I loved it. Okay. I think we have time for one more group. No, we might have time for two more groups. Okay. So we've done 1, we've done 3. Let's go to group 4. Another interesting researcher. You're group 4, you're group 4. Oh, Francophone group. Good. Am I going to have to get translation then? Oh, okay. I don't know how I can get translation. Is it portable, though? I'm going to have to sit down, I guess. Is there a... Okay, there's over there. Okay. Okay. So, who was in group 4? Okay. We're going to come to you for... let's start with you on what, and you're going to be why. Okay? Okay, so... again, James Habramania is an African researcher at Georgetown University. He, again, does other stuff besides human capital stuff, but does some interesting human capital stuff as well. So let me get my simultaneous.
Eh bien, merci, prof. Nous, notre papier à étudier est un article de James Abirimana et autres, voilà, qui a été produit et écrit en 2007 sur le thème Why does ethnic diversity undermine public good provision? Et c'est un article qui a été publié dans American Political Science Review avec 1521 citations. L'article réexamine la relation négative qui existe entre l'hétérogénéité de communautés et la fourniture des services publics. Alors, les auteurs partent de cette, disons, théorie acceptée par largement acceptée par la littérature et la questionnent autrement. Au lieu de la questionner de la manière de savoir s'il y avait effectivement une causalité négative entre l'hétérogénéité de communautés et la fourniture des services publics, ils ont approfondi cette question en s'interrogeant sur pourquoi est-ce que cette relation négative existe. Donc là, ils en arrivent à identifier plusieurs familles de canaux par lesquels la relation négative entre l'hétérogénéité de communautés et la fourniture et la faible fourniture de services publics de biens arrive. Donc leur article permet de comprendre pourquoi il y a cette négativité dans la relation. Ce que j'ai appris de l'article, c'est que en réalité, les co-ethnicités ne sont pas plus altruistes les uns envers les autres que envers les autres communautés, mais c'est plutôt parce que les membres d'une même ethnie craignent les règles du groupe. C'est pour cela qu'ils s'inscrivent dans un jeu coopératif plutôt que d'être dans un jeu non coopératif. Et voilà un des canaux par lesquels la fourniture de biens est plus importante dans la même communauté. Ils ne trouvent pas également non plus une différence de productivité dans la co-ethnicité que par rapport à la non-co-ethnicité, ce qui est également, disons, quelque chose de très important, un résultat très important de leur article, puisque les autres articles tendaient à dire que le fait d'être dans une co-ethnicité améliore donc la productivité. Voilà un peu ce que j'ai appris du papier.
Good. Okay. That's a very nice summary. I've never actually read this paper. What was the title of the paper?
Okay. Why does ethnic diversity undermine a public good provision?
Okay, great. So that's a good description of they're using a method, and this is already, you can see a kind of distinguishing Bayesian shock, in the sense that result that there was a negative correlation of public service provision and heterogeneity is out there, and then they were, I think, oh, sorry, yeah, okay, and then, so this kind of result was out there, and then they dug into this result to sort of say why the underlying causal structures, right? That, okay. Why? Why was this a high citation paper?
Okay, merci pour la parole accordée. En tant que membre de l'équipe de ce groupe, relativement à cet article, je pense que, à mon humble avis, cet article a connu un choc bayésien. Pourquoi? Parce que cet article se sert du modèle d'interaction sociale en théorie des jeux, et la particularité de cet article est que parmi dans les stratégies de jeu de chaque individu, l'auteur ou les auteurs ont pensé que l'appartenance à une ethnie ou bien le fait d'appartenir à une ethnie plus qu'à une autre peut entraver les stratégies de chaque joueur. Donc je pense ici, l'auteur, en plus des différents modèles de jeu qui ont pu être élaborés dans la littérature, notamment les modèles d'altruisme, de coopération, l'auteur a convoqué un autre, je ne sais pas comment dire, mais il a convoqué un autre élément qui peut venir interagir sur la stratégie de chaque joueur, et cet élément est considéré ici là comme l'ethnicité. Bon. Là, je pense que c'est là le choc bayésien. Merci.
Okay. And so I think, what I heard you saying is, again, there's kind of within the literature about how public service provision become effective, there was a dominant strain of sort of modernization in which you could have a neutral kind of rules-based civil service, kind of this kind of bureaucracy model, right? But this bureaucracy model is contrasted with alternative strategies for accomplishing the same goal, right? And the question was, is the big question out there, right, is what's the equilibrium strategies of people embedded in high ethnicity diversity societies? They may not choose this strategy, right? They may choose these other strategies, and as you were saying, these strategies might actually be within themselves quite efficient, but they won't lead to this as an equilibrium. So I think one reason why this is a high citation paper is this is a very big, important debate about, is everybody just on the same path to become this homogeneous Weberian bureaucracy, or does ethnicity change the strategies of people? Is that what, am I saying what you're saying? With
yes.
the lag for translation. Okay, good, good. So again, this is, and again, same sort of thing. Necessary condition is methodological soundness and clarity, but also it's speaking to this interesting debate. And one of the examples I used yesterday was the onset of considerations of social capital. Because again, part of this overall kind of change was the social capital came in. This is related to the social capital literature in the same way that it is saying, look, this path to this neutral sort of modernization isn't wiping out these other identity affiliations at all. These are still, you know, it still mattered what your network of associations were, and ethnicity is a subset of ways of which people have network of associations and identities. So it's the same, this literature became very prevalent for a long time, this whole set of issues was just kind of off the agenda, and then it became very much on the agenda and very hot. Okay. I'm just thinking of time and... Okay, so I think let's not do the other groups, although I hope the other groups had rich discussions and came away with similar conclusions. But I just want to emphasize the sort of larger point I'm making, which I think I've now beaten home, but I've learned that as a teacher, it never hurts to like emphasize what was expected. To be what the main point is, underlying the research that's being done are these larger thematic, general kind of questions, and research that speaks to those questions is going to have large reach. Whereas if you don't understand in some sense the state of play of what's being debated, it's harder to make sure that what you do is speaking to what people are interested in, right? So again, had Nathan Nunn written with Leonard this paper in a way that only spoke to issues that were of narrow interest, say to Africanists or to historians, it wouldn't have had the same broad citation and impact that it's had. But they sort of start from the particular, but the particular is speaking to these larger issues, right? So unless you understand how your research is speaking to larger issues of how the field's evolving, it's going to be very hard to break through and get an audience, right? Because whereas in all of these other examples, there was a larger debate going on, like between, Monday we had a meeting of policymakers, and one of the continual things people say about human capital is you need to invest in human capital. And then everybody nods their head, right? And then what we don't see is that one group means invest in human capital, they mean spend more. And when I say invest in human capital, I mean spend more effectively. So completely different schools of thought, and that's the debate that's going on, is some people, when everybody can kind of agree, oh yes, we should invest in human capital, but then the mechanisms through which one would expect human capital to get better are completely radically different if you believe you're on the PPF, in which case, in some sense, the only way to get better is to spend more, versus if you think you're way on the interior of the PPF, in which case it's this much harder, thornier question of how do we move up. Okay. Let me make one other point before we break for coffee. And this comes up particularly in this Missing in Action paper, which is one of the strange things about the economic literature is it's very hard to get facts published, right? And so nobody I know actually believed anything about their causes and ways of addressing absenteeism. And again, they were like, yeah, that's all bullshit. The regression of what determines absenteeism. But they had to put that in the paper in order to sort of seem like they had some causal explanation, an underlying, thing about it. But the thing that was really interesting was the facts, right? So sometimes as you write a paper, if you're trying to get people to acknowledge a new set of facts, you're going to have to embed those facts in something, obvious application of those facts. But, sometimes in economics papers, like I say, nobody I know has ever paid any attention to, you know, their regressions about what did and did not determine absenteeism. It was that to get it published in an economic journal, it had to have some regressions in it. But the only thing that really spoke to debate was the facts themselves about absenteeism. Which is just, I just say that because it's a funny thing about the world. You would think in academia and research, facts would be super important, but it's actually really hard to get facts published, per se. Just here's a new fact about the world. You always, in the end, have to embed the fact, and you know, you'll often add some section that says, oh, and this is the following thing about the correlations or whatever, but believe me, that was the least important part of the paper. Like nobody ever paid any real attention to that. It was just this larger thing. Okay, great, let's break for coffee. And when we come back, I'm going to, again, do another kind of what I hope is an illustration of how you detect the bend in a curve and get on it. So we have this Bayesian curve, and one of our strategies, and by the way, I hope you've also seen how these Bayesian shocks are, some of them are distinguishing. So we start from a fact that this relationship's been demonstrated, but we don't fully understand cases of it. The institutions paper had the same thing. The information paper, by the way, was part of this whole trend towards accountability. So they thought, well, one of the reasons we have weak accountability is that people don't have adequate information. And so the provision of information can improve the operation of the system by improving accountability. So again, it was part of a hot topic of accountability at the time it was written. Anyway, so I hope these ideas of how you construct a Bayesian shock and what the Bayesian shock is relative and the different types of Bayesian shocks is percolating through as we do this exercise. Great. So we'll come back at 11 and do another session where we'll talk more about a way in which I think there's an inflection point of something that's going to come onto the agenda. And I'll try and do both, again, presentation and meta presentation of what is coming on the agenda and sort of why this is an inflection point in what the field is working on. Great. See you at 11. Right?
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Merci pour la séance d'aujourd'hui. Moi, j'ai une question par rapport au résumé, parce que je me demande si un bon résumé ne peut pas garantir à un article un fort impact bayésien. Parce que je me suis amusé à lire les autres papiers que vous avez attribués aux autres groupes en essayant de voir le résumé. Mais je vois qu'en lisant le résumé, on voit tous les éléments de l'article. Même en lisant le résumé, seulement on n'a plus besoin de lire le reste de l'article. Parce que tous les éléments sont dans le résumé. Donc c'est pourquoi je me demande si un bon résumé ne garantit pas à un article un fort impact bayésien. Merci.
So, a good summary helps, but it's impossible to write a good summary unless you have something clear and interesting to say. So, I think no question that I pay myself, I pay a lot of attention to titles. I pay a lot of attention to summaries because there's a reading pyramid. You know, 10 times more people are going to read the abstract or summary of your paper than are going to read your paper. So I do agree putting a lot of effort into a good, crisp, clean summary is very important, but the ability to produce a good, clean, crisp summary depends on the kind of clarity of what you're doing that we're trying to achieve. Because many people's summaries are descriptive, right? I gathered this data, I ran this regression, beta is 0.2. That kind of summary is a description, but a good summary should also convey, at least indirectly, why it's important, why you should read this. And that's, again, this is what we're trying to say. So yeah, I think good summaries are important, but you can't, you can't put lipstick on a pig, as they say in English. I don't know how we can translate that. So a good summary alone without the underlying paper, I don't think is going to be able to do it. Okay, so I don't know that I'm going to talk, I'm going to even get to any of these three, but I may just get to one, but I wanted to talk a little bit about, so when we think of the opportunities out there of, you know, how am I going to be, as a researcher, identify an interesting question on which I can uniquely add value and bring. We've talked about, you know, various ways of being on this curve, and one of the ways of being on this curve is being early into an inflection point. Now, producing the inflection point is very hard. You know, there are inflection points of what comes on the agenda, but that's very hard. But seeing an inflection point early provides a lot of opportunity, because early after the inflection point, there haven't been hundreds and hundreds of papers written, so the first few dozen papers written have an opportunity to be high citation because they're early, right? But to be early, you have to be early. You have to correctly identify this. And, you know, the thing about these S-curves is by the time it's here, it's too late. So you want to be able to pick them up early. So partly what I'm going to do is say one way in which I and some others, I think we've created an inflection point here that's going to create lots of interesting opportunities for follow-on and complementary research. So that's what I want to talk about. And this is a little bit self-interested, obviously, because it's talking about research of mine. But we'll see what we're doing. Okay, so let's, next slide. So I'm going to start with, you know, inflection points often come when a previous line of research just proves incapable of providing understanding of key phenomena. So how science often progresses is we observe some stuff, we create a theory that we think helps us understand, but then that theory can't cope with this other stuff. And then we think, well, we need to make our theory more encompassing of all the phenomena, right? So the standard empirical approach to the education production function has been estimating some kind of equation that relates child scores on some assessment to child characteristics and classroom characteristics, and maybe other things, but, you know, it's like this child knows this much math, these are their parents' education, the parent wealth, child gender, child age, you know, some other things. And if we're doing it in value added, maybe we control for the child's pass score, so we're looking at the increment. And then we look at measurements of class size, you know, was there inputs available, did the school have a leaky roof, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, this approach, again, led to hundreds, maybe thousands of observational studies. So every time someone would do a survey in which they had measured learning, they often had, you know, other characteristics recorded in the survey, and that just tempted everybody to run a regression, right? And then, in some extent, the RCTs are just a better way of doing the same thing. They're not fundamentally different. They're still just estimating the learning of the child as a function of a specific treatment. And, you know, the RCT is meant to take care of econometric problems of recovering accurate causal estimates from observational data, but it's still just a production function. It's if the child has a book, doesn't have the book, large class size, not in a large class size, it's still just kind of measuring the learning outcome as a function of the inputs, okay? And then the idea of all of this was to use empirical evidence, or maybe rigorous empirical evidence, and again, rigorous is in scare quotes because anyone who uses the word rigorous is bullshit. They're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. So anytime you see somebody use the word rigorous, you should immediately suspect them. Anyway, and it was kind of aimed to help people, both policy who were producing education, get the right combinations of outputs to maximize learning efficiency. So, you know, what are the things we need to provide, you know, learning environments, and what's the marginal cost per dollar, and in standard normative producer theory, we kind of want to equalize marginal cost per dollar in order to achieve productive efficiency. That sentence shouldn't surprise anybody, right? Micro 101. Okay. Now, next slide. The problem is that this literature is kind of played out in the sense that it's not really being very helpful in our understanding some key phenomena that we have now better documented than we had maybe 10 years ago. And so, so we're reaching a point where we just the education production function literature isn't really helping us explain what we're observing in the world along 4 lines. And I want to talk about, I'm explaining why there's this inflection, and the inflection is because the previous research paradigm, the previous research thing, just isn't capable of incorporating things, these 4 facts, or 4 newly emergent interesting phenomena. And so these are kind of interesting in their own right, but I'm headed somewhere. So, and the 4 are, the education production function really just doesn't do a very good job of explaining high performance. Vietnam, as we'll see in a second, is just light years ahead of everybody else in a way that adding inputs doesn't help explain it at all, like literally, okay? Second, this EPF has trouble with very flat and especially concave learning profiles for ways I'm going to talk about. Third, a really recent paper shows that there's been this massive downward trend in learning conditional on schooling, which is very difficult to reconcile because most of the education production function covariates have been going up. So if you're trying to explain y as a function of x, and all your x's are going up and your y is going down, there's something badly wrong, right? And then finally, and kind of similar to this, but we've also seen flattening learning profiles in countries with expanding resources per student. So in some sense, we've seen countries that have twice as much spending per student, but with actually lower learning outcomes. So again, if y is a function of x and x is doubled and y hasn't gone up or y has fallen, that's very bad for your theory y equals f of x, right? Okay, so let's start and I'm just going to work through and show you some of these new things because you probably haven't seen this research yet because some of it is just very, so next slide. So, and you probably, this is a paper of mine that we have a working paper version 2021, but it's just coming out. And this is a, I feel, of course, because it's my paper, I feel this is a very important, hopefully a high citation result. Because what we're doing is we're taking the PISA-D data, which extended the PISA results to developing countries. that are much poorer than the typical country that had participated in the past. And the point that we're trying to make is that the learning crisis is a crisis of the elites too. So a lot of the rhetoric around poor learning assumes that poor learning is a feature of poor people, and in low-performing countries that's just not true. So what this is we've taken the math score, we've estimated the math score for advantaged students, and by advantage we just take 4 categories that people think convey advantage: urban, male, native speaker of the instruction language, and non-immigrant. So this is advantaged students. And then we have this measure of kind of social and this PISA measure of economic, social, and cultural status, which is parental occupation, books in the house, or a variety of things that PISA thinks are household characteristics that are associated with households that produce better learning outcomes. And the thing is if we take Zambia, the predicted PISA score of an advantaged SES elite, so in the 95th percentile of the SES distribution, is 332. The thing is normed so that the OECD average is 500. The SDG target for the minimum learning level that is embedded in the SDGs is 420. So the highest, and these are, by the way, these are just students in public schools because we wanted to focus on the public sector. So the most advantaged students in public schools in Zambia are 90 points below the global minimum. Okay? So that's kind of an interesting fact. And yes, you know, the rich are doing better than the poor, but not spectacularly better than the poor. And then this is the main point of this graph for right now, is that if we take an identical student in Vietnam, so same value of this index, and predict their score, it's 565, which means a typical Zambian 15-year-old who is in school is 230 points behind the statistically equivalent student in Vietnam. Now, this number is just unbelievably large because the typical learning progress of an individual per year of schooling is between 30 and 40 points, which means basically a Zambian 8th grader is 8 grades behind a Vietnamese 8th grader. I mean, again, that doesn't make any sense, I know, but but it's just radically behind, right? And by the way, Zambia is I'm picking on Zambia just because its color is pink for some reason, but you know, this is also true, by the way, of Central American countries. They're also 200 points behind Vietnam. Okay? Now, the interesting thing is, as part of the research project, the RISE project that I've been doing, we had a research project in Vietnam, and they had comparable data in a number of ways. And if you say, how much of that 200-point gap can be explained by education production function observables, like different class sizes, because the PISA has all kinds of observables, the answer is none, roughly. So roughly, in terms of the education production function, Zambia and Vietnam look almost alike on inputs and are radically different on outputs. So that's a very bad thing for the education production function literature, because if we can't explain why this country's at 560 and that country's at 330 on the basis of the observable inputs we're using to explain student performance, kind of game up, right? There's something else going on that's super important that we must be missing, right? And it's not a whole bunch of things you think it is. For instance, the amazing thing is, and we can only do this, we can do this in gross detail with PISA data for lots of countries, and we can do it really specifically with panel data that tracks identical kids, the same kids over time for 4 different countries. And they have a long-term panel that tracks kids from they're 2 years old, the Young Lives study, which was done in Ethiopia and other places. And the amazing thing was, at 5 years old, the Vietnamese kid looked exactly like the Indian kids in terms of cognitive abilities that you can test in 5-year-olds. And by the time they're 12, this gap is here. So this gap isn't that, you know, kids are better nourished or anything. At 5, they look the same. At 12, they look radically different. So the gap emerges in school. Anyway, so that's the first thing. First thing is, while we've done hundreds and hundreds of educational production function studies that attempt to say, why does this person score better than that person in terms of their characteristics or their exposure to school, that literature doesn't help us explain just massive cross-national differences. And by not explain, I mean when they do this decomposition and say how much of the gap between India and Vietnam can be accounted for by the observable factors, it's like 0. It's just, okay. So, next slide. So that's one bad thing. The second thing is, these are these are learning profiles, and these are just descriptive learning profiles. So I'm making no inferences about causality, but this just shows the share of children that are above some threshold in terms of foundational numeracy skills as a function of how many years they've gone to school. Right? So the slope of this is in some sense the value add of an additional grade. If it were causal, it's not, but let's pretend it is. And I'm going to have it both ways for a second. I'm going to pretend it's causal, but tell you it's really not. It's just descriptive. And the thing about these learning profiles is they're really just unbelievably flat. The foundational numeracy was chosen to be a threshold that kind of was expected to be achieved by grade 3. So what they meant by foundational numeracy is the set of skills you should have by grade 3, ability to recognize numbers, do simple arithmetic operations, etc. And you can see that, you know, reasonably high-performing like countries like Thailand, 60% of kids are getting to this level. So this isn't like some hugely impossible level, but in a substantial fraction of countries, less than 10% of the kids have acquired foundational numeracy by grade 3. So essentially no learning at all had gone on, right? And you know, and it really, and by the way, one of the ways in which these learning profiles aren't causal is that if low-performing kids drop out and high-performing kids stay in, the slope gets steeper even if nobody learned anything, right? So selection bias. So some of these countries, the lines get steep in part because kids start dropping out as opposed to kids start learning. Okay, so again, it's almost impossible to make the education production function literature work to explain these super, super low performances, and in particular these super low cumulative performances. So kids are making it all the way to grade 9 with only 40% of them getting to skill levels that educationists expect they should be able to get to by grade 3. Right? So just super flat. Second thing, next slide. Even worse than this in some sense, and I haven't, not all of this that I'm presenting have I thought all the way through, but this is a learning profile from Indonesia, and this one is interesting because basically on a numeracy score that's based on roughly 4th grade or less curricular expectations. So these are things that we would have, you know, the curriculum expected students to master by grade 4. There is a pretty steep profile in the early grades, but there's literally zero progress from 6th to 12th grade. So kids who didn't learn to do certain things like add fractions just don't get it. It doesn't continue. And so the net learning of moving from here to there, and it got to 80%, but that means the kids that didn't get to that, or no, that's not at 80%. They got somewhere, right? But the kids that didn't get it never got it. Right? So there's a certain fraction. And that, again, is a little hard to understand because in some sense the education production function, they're getting the same inputs year after year. It's not like they stopped, like they had radically different teachers or class sizes or inputs in grade 7 versus grade 4. So the question is, why with the inputs that they got in grade 4 did they get learning, but with the inputs they got in grade 7, 8, and 9 they didn't? Right? So this flatness of the profile, which we have observed in some but not all, kind of, these are unusual, because by the way, the reason this is new data is that most every time they measure student learning, they measure it just for kids in a given grade. So it's very hard to know what the trajectory of learning was. All you know is here's where you are, right? Whereas what we've been trying to do is create more estimates of the whole profile so we understand, oh, if you're low in grade 9, it's the result of this trajectory. Okay, next slide. This is a very busy slide. I created this slide out of the raw data from somebody else's paper. But basically what the paper has done, and this paper was in the Economist magazine today, so this is brand new stuff. What this paper does is it takes the demographic and health survey data, and the demographic and health survey data interviews cohorts of adults. So it interviews women between 15 and 44. And then it does it in multiple years. So in multiple years, we have women from 15 to 44 in 2000, women 15 to 44 in 2005, women 15 to 44 in 2000. So what you can do is you can estimate for any given cohort, you can estimate the likelihood a woman born in that year, A, achieved 5 years of schooling or higher, and B, whether or not a woman who completed exactly grade 5 could read a single simple sentence in the language of her choosing. So again, this is not an English test. This is, they have, in doing the survey and administrating, they have cards, has a sentence like farming is hard work, and it's not understanding, it's not literacy, it's just literally can they decode the text into words, right? So super rudimentary assessment. And what emerges from this is quite shocking, and nobody knew this until 6 months ago. But what we see is there's a big expansion in the fraction of women who have completed grade 5 or higher, which is not that surprising. We knew that. But the likelihood, and again, I'm coming back to Zambia, the likelihood that an adult woman in Zambia born in 1954, and hence if she started school at 6, she started school in 1960, could read having completed grade 5 was over 60% and has fallen to about 20%. First of all, just yikes, right? That's really, really shocking. But beyond the shockingness of the fact of it, it kind of makes the education production function stuff look, well, wait a second, almost certainly what happened between 1960 and 1998, or between 1954 and 1998, and they would have started school in 2004, so between 1960 and 2004, what happened to the schooling process such that having been exposed to 5 years of it led most of the time to achieving literacy in 1960 and rarely achieves literacy in 2000, when for most of these countries, most of the education production function characteristics have actually gotten a lot better, in the sense that in most of these countries people are richer, in most of these countries parents are better educated, in most of these countries there's been substantial expansions in inputs. And some countries have gone up. And by the way, just since everyone's first reaction is, well, of course this went down because more people came in, there's zero correlation between how much your enrollment went up and how much your learning rose and fell. So there is zero correlation that, Vietnam or Peru expanded by about as much as Guatemala, but Peru went up and Guatemala stayed constant. Zambia didn't go up by that much more than Peru and collapsed. And it also means that the cross-sectional differences, and this is really super important, the cross-sectional differences that we observe today emerge from this change. So if you go back and say, in 1960, actually Vietnam and Zambia looked a lot alike in terms of the likelihood you would learn to read in 5 years of schooling, 60 versus maybe 70 some, and now it's nearly 100% in Vietnam and 20% in Zambia. So the current cross-section is not some steady state that's always existed. The current cross-sectional difference in learning outcomes is the result of an entirely different dynamic in these two countries. And again, one that it's going to be nearly impossible to make standard education production function characteristics alone make a big difference. Okay? So, and by the way, this is just reading conditional on grade equals 5, because I don't want to call it schooling quality. It's just, it is what it is. This is when you estimate, the likelihood the woman can read and control for age effects, and given the huge magnitude of the data, you can control for lots of other things. So you can control for the fact that learning might depreciate, so older people just forget how to do it, but you can adjust for all that, right? Okay. So last thing, next slide. Next, yeah, sorry. Okay. So partly what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to say, how could we augment the education production function model? Because a lot of the stuff in it makes a ton of sense. Meaning, it's likely that if you have a better teacher, you're going to learn more. It's likely that if you're in a modest-sized classroom rather than a huge classroom, you're going to learn more. It's likelihood of the physical facilities you're exposed to are better, you're going to learn more. Like, the things that emerge from the education production function kind of make sense, so we just don't want to throw it away. But on the other hand, we have to make it explain the facts that are out there. So, this is a terrible first slide. Next, could we go to the next slide? No, it's all terrible. Okay, so I'm going to try and go back to the previous slide because they're all terrible. Okay, so here's our idea. We want to ask ourselves, what's the kind of hidden assumption in the education of production function that might explain some of its inability? The hidden assumption in the education production function is that it completely ignores the actual level at which the pedagogy is happening, right? In the sense that it assumes that if I started throwing up the equations of quantum mechanics, which I can't, but suppose I could, and you were completely unprepared with the math of it, that you would learn quantum mechanics. So it assumed that the level at which the instruction was pitched had the same effect on the student irrespective of the current level of the student. That everybody would learn the same amount from being exposed to the same thing, independently of how much they already knew. Because we assumed that this educational production function was kind of a constant that was added to everybody exposed to it. So, now, it doesn't take very much thinking to realize that's completely ludicrous. If I'm like teaching you to play tennis, I'm going to adapt what I'm teaching you to your current level of tennis proficiency. If you've never hit a ball before, I'm going to give an entirely different instruction than if you're a 14-year-old who's played for 6 years and is attempting to, pursue their mastery. So we all know in all instruction that the person nearest to the level for which the instruction is optimal is going to learn the most. Right? And if I give really simple stuff to an advanced tennis player, they're not going to learn. If I do really complex things for a very beginning tennis player, they're not going to learn anything. And so we all kind of think, if you think about it, you realize, well, that was a ridiculous assumption. Sorry, you've changed the slides. So go back 2 slides. Another slide. So what we're saying is we have to think of the pedagogical production function as being located on it's centered on some ability, right? We're providing instruction on some assumption about where the student already is, and we can have centered instruction where here's the distribution of ability, and this graph represents how much each student at each level of ability learns from being exposed to this instruction. So think of that box as a lesson, right? And I've given you a lesson, and what you gain from that lesson depends on where you are. If you're way behind, you gain less. If you're way ahead, you gain more. If you're way, way ahead, you gain nothing. If you're way, way behind, you gain nothing. So the education production function has a width, like there's a maximum range of abilities to which the instruction augments your skill, and it has an intensity. It has a height, how much you learn. So good instruction, you learn more per unit time. Bad instruction, you learn less per unit time, but there's also a locational element. Now, what happens is, next slide. Okay. What happens is schooling is a dynamic process. You pitch up to first grade. During first grade, you get exposed to class day after day after day of instruction, and that adds up to an instructional process that you got in first grade. And then you go to second grade. And in second grade, the curriculum has shifted so that the instruction is centered around new skill sets. That's the whole point of a curriculum, is to provide cumulative sequenced instruction. Which means, from your exposure to the production function in grade 1, that exposure dynamically produces the next grade level, and simultaneously the PPF shifts. So you go to first grade, you learn some stuff. You go to second grade, the teacher's now teaching you second grade skills, and you're exposed to the second grade instruction. You go to third grade, you're exposed to third grade instruction. Okay? Now this is going to turn into magic very soon. I know you're thinking like, why is he yammering on about this? You're probably thinking, right? Why is he yammering on about this? I want to build this slowly because suddenly it turns into magic. Okay, next slide. Now, where the magic happens is if the PPF, the pedagogical production function, moves ahead each year by more than what the students learn, then the instruction gets increasingly uncentered, meaning the instruction is increasingly more difficult relative to the actual capacity of the student. And so what happens is, if we think of a dynamic simulation where you start with centered instruction in grade 1, but the PPF, the curriculum, and hence the level at which the instruction is centered, moves ahead at some level that isn't calibrated to what they're actually learning, then by grade 10, you have a PPF that's centered here, and here's the actual distribution of student learning, so nearly all kids are learning nothing. In spite of the fact that it's good instruction. The PPF itself, the amount you would learn if you happen to be in the center of the instruction, is exactly as it was in first grade. So it isn't that the instruction got worse, it was just the instruction got less and less relevant to the actual abilities of the students in the classroom. Okay? Now, once you kind of allow for differentially centered instruction, everything you know goes out the window. Because if let's say I drop into this 10th grade classroom, this is the actual distribution of ability of the students in the 10th room, and I give this teacher super sophisticated pedagogical training that changes her behavior in a really positive way, such that this thing goes way up. What's the impact of that? Next to nothing. Because it only goes up for the small fraction of students that are within the range of ability for which the instruction is centered. So the teacher can get a fantastically better teacher at teaching the material she's expected to teach and have almost no impact on learning. Okay? So, let's go to the next slide. So, these kids are in school and not learning, and again, this is the result of this formal model being simulated across 10 years, and these kids are in school and learning. Okay, now all of a sudden, all kinds of things happen. First of all, go ahead. Let's see what happens. I'm looking forward to this. What happens? On the next slide. Yeah, go ahead. So, first of all, what this produces is this formal structure can produce flattening learning profiles. Why? Because if the curriculum is moving ahead exogenously in a way that's unrelated to student performance, then even if you start with relatively small differences in ability, these kids that were behind move out of the range of learning anything, and their learning profiles flatten. Right? And once they're flat, it doesn't matter whether they stay in school or not. They're learning nothing whether they're in school or not in school, because the instruction they're being exposed to in school is out of touch with their actual ability. And so, so first of all, this model is capable of taking exactly the same production function and producing flattening, meaning the EPF, the education production function that results in this pedagogical production function, is the assumption of things about skill of the teacher, available inputs, et cetera, et cetera. So this can be bigger or smaller, right? This can be better or worse according to the standard features that affect the instruction efficacy. But we've added this second factor of the gap between the pace of the curriculum and the pace of and the magnitude of student learning, and hence we can generate endogenously from the model flat learning profiles with no change. So the instruction is exactly the same year in terms of its measured EPF thing, but the amount of learning that goes on goes down, 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 down. Okay? The next slide. Okay, so first of all, I want to show you two things that suggest, all of this so far has been formal model with conjecture. And I want to show you some information that suggests this is a really, really serious issue. So this is the result of, so in doing computer-based instruction that's tailored to the student, what the software does is it starts by assessing the student's current ability. So it gives you a question, sees you can answer the question. If you can't answer the question, it gives you a simpler question. And it keeps giving you simpler and simpler questions till it finds what you can do, and then starts the instruction from there. So this is a computerized version of teaching at the right level, right? And this is the distribution of actual measured math ability of kids by grade. So this is the actual learning profile, the average of the actual ability of students, and this is the pace of the curriculum. And what you see is there's kind of all kinds of kids in 8th grade who have 3rd grade mastery of the curriculum. Which means if you attempt to teach that student the 8th grade curriculum, they're almost certainly not going to learn anything. They're just way, way, way so far behind that it's like a foreign language, right? And the instructional methods, even if it's good teaching. Matter of fact, excellent teaching of the 8th grade curriculum might almost be worse because it's not going to be completely relevant to what they actually know. And by the way, there's kids in 6th and 7th grade who are still at 2nd grade curriculum, and the spread is huge, right? Okay. Next thing, and this is, I love this graph, but it's like modern art. It's going to take a while before you read it, and once you read it, you'll think, oh, that's so cool, but it's going to take a while. Okay, so I'm going to, next slide. Okay. This is something that is called the Survey of the Enacted Curriculum. And so what it does is it's going to measure two things about what's being taught, what's in the curriculum, and what's on the exam. And I'm embarrassed, I know that this is either Tanzania or Uganda, but I'm not sure which. Someone else produced this slide and I forgot to, anyway, so this is an African country, right? And it's either Tanzania or Uganda, one of the two. And then there's two ways of characterizing what the pedagogy looks like. And this is about literacy and reading and language skills. And so there's coverage, there's what's being covered, and then there's the depth of understanding at which the instruction is happening. So you can learn material just by memorizing it. You can learn material in a kind of rote procedural way. You can learn material such that you can demonstrate things with your knowledge. You can make independent conjectures about your knowledge, and you can apply your knowledge to non-routine situations, right? So some people know how to add, but they only know how to add because they've memorized the addition tables. They don't deeply understand addition. There's other people, when they encounter a non-routine problem, they can kind of creatively apply this skill to a non-routine situation. And so one is your depth of mastery, and one is your coverage. Okay? Now, and this is just amazing. This is amazing, right? The curriculum is way out here and way out here, meaning they're expecting students to have depth of lots of sophisticated coverage material. That's the curriculum. If you read the curriculum and say, what are you expected to teach? The expected curricular teaching are these red things where height represents the amount of time and effort you're supposed to put into it. Okay? The actual teaching that's going on when you go into classrooms and measure is concentrated way down here. Super simple coverage of super simple things like phonics, like can you make sure that the letters make the sounds? Do you understand that the letters make the sounds and what sounds they make? And it's mostly done through memorization. Which again is kind of the way to learn it, but okay. And then the exam that you have to pass, the primary school leaving exam, again is almost there's very little overlap. There's only really two kind of domains in which there's strong overlap between the exam and the curriculum. So all of this stuff that's in the curriculum just isn't reflected in the exam. And what's reflected in the exam, for instance, is understanding vocabulary, which at this level of instruction isn't even considered a curricular thing because they've assumed you've memorized it. Okay. The point of this is that there's a complete lack of alignment between what students are being assessed on, the actual instruction they're receiving, and their curricular expectations. Which means, if you were actually to teach in this way, these students would be completely lost, but at the same time, you can't possibly expect these students to pass this exam or demonstrate these capacities because they're just not being taught them. Okay? And again, this is based on actual assessment of, analysis of what's in the curriculum, what's observed in the classroom, and what's there. Okay, so let me now move to the last point. So, the idea of misalignment or uncentered instruction just raises all kinds of possibilities because all of a sudden the rigorous estimates. So now let's just think of a simple case, and I say simple, it's simple to me because I've been thinking about it for 10 years, so it's really, okay. Now, suppose we go in and we do an RCT. And we do an RCT in which our conjecture is we're going to increase the height of the pedagogical production function. We're going to make instruction more effective, right? And we do this RCT in 2 different countries, in the 5th grade of both countries. One country with centered instruction and one country with massive uncentered instruction, so the curriculum is way ahead of the student. What we will recover as the late is going to be radically different. Even though we have done exactly the same thing. I'm letting this sink in a bit, because this means that the entire empirical literature of RCT is worthless. Let me illustrate. Let me draw a picture. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna do a super rigorous RCT. We're gonna discover the impact on improving the educational production function of doing something like providing teacher training or providing improved instructional materials or whatever. right? And we're going to do this in 5th grade in 2 different countries, right? So scientifically, in some sense, we've done exactly the same experiment, and we've actually accomplished exactly the same change. But what are you going to measure as the late, as the local average treatment effect? Well, suppose in country A, they have centered instruction, and the actual distribution of student ability is this. The estimated late is going to be the integral of this under that, right? Each of these students is going to learn this magnitude. Whereas in another country that has a super over-ambitious, excessively rapid curriculum relative to its thing, the 5th grade students are here. Oh, crap. It's a permanent marker. Damn it. Well, we'll take care of that later. I don't know why they do that. In this case, the late, so we've now done exactly the same thing in 2 countries. We've accomplished exactly the same thing in terms of change in pedagogical practice in the 2 different countries. And in country A, the late is going to be huge. It's going to be this magnitude applied to that distribution. Whereas only this magnitude of the 5th graders are going to learn anything from this expanded pedagogy, because only this magnitude are going to benefit from that, and so that's going to be the late. And so our rigorously estimated impact of exactly the same treatment is going to be radically different in the 2 contexts. Which also means if we do the experiment in country A and recommend it to country B, we're going to screw country B up, because country B is going to try it and it's not going to work. Right? So that's the first thing, is that the reason I put rigorous in scare quotes is both of those estimates are exactly rigorous estimates of doing exactly the same thing. And they're going to produce radically different empirical results. So which one is the rigorous estimate that should be applied to context C? Well, if you don't actually have an articulated model of how big the gap between curricular expectations and student ability is, you can't answer that question. Okay? And the second thing is, and this is I think, so a big conjecture that I've never shared with the world before this room is let me describe what is true and then describe the bigger conjecture. Okay? What is true is that in these contexts in which you can have uncentered instruction, meaning the pace of instruction is moving forward faster than the improvement in student ability, let's suppose teaching gets a little bit worse, right? If you re-optimize the curriculum to slow down to accommodate that the teaching's worse, the magnitude of the impact is quite modest. If teaching gets 10% worse, learning outcomes go down by 10%. But if teaching gets 10% worse and you insist on moving ahead at exactly the same curricular pace, the results can be catastrophic. You can get learning losses that are many times larger than the initial impact. Everybody gets that, right? Maybe, no, nobody can have gotten that from what I just said. And now I'm not even sure. Yeah. I can only just say it again because I said it as well as I can say it. But, I mean, and again, I'm going to sort of with my hands draw you the picture. Because the picture is, you've got a PPF, right? And suppose you start off with an EPF that's centered. So this vertical distance is what they learn, and that's the horizontal distance that the PPF, that the instruction shifts each period, right? Which means each period, the instruction's centered. Now suppose the PPF goes down a little bit so that teaching is 10% worse. If you slow the curriculum down so that it moves ahead 10% less each year, the cumulative loss is 10%. If you don't slow down, then fewer and fewer kids are learning because the student distribution isn't shifting by as much as the PPF is shifting because you're assuming that you have the previous progress, in which case by the time you reach grade 8, learning has fallen to roughly 0, and so you've had catastrophic effects on learning outcomes from a modest original shock because you didn't re-optimize. Does that make sense? Okay, so my conjecture is many countries in the developing world that have really super low performance, the low performance is the result of modest deteriorations in the quality of instruction combined with a stubborn refusal to change the curriculum to be consistent with the actual efficacy of instruction. So India is the perfect example of this. The Indian curriculum was set 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when they were only educating 3% of the population, and they wanted an educated elite. That's all they cared about. And over time, as they have massified the system, you necessarily have brought in far less qualified people as teachers as before. You can't go from having 100,000 teachers to having 10 million teachers and maintain the quality of teachers. You just can't do it, right? Just by math, right? The mean of a much larger distribution can't be maintained. But they have completely refused to change the curriculum. So now the actual pace of instruction is still geared to a memory of an elite system, whereas the enrollment is now mass and the teaching is now done by 10 million teachers, not a few 100,000 elite teachers. And so the consequence is just massive. The consequence is everybody thinks India has super high education performance, but it's as bad as Africa. The actual typical Indian student performs about the same as the typical African student, but the upper tail of India is fantastic because they keep up with the curriculum. So you have a disastrous mass system. So that's a conjecture. The main point of all of this, though, is all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of research to be done. Like all of the RCT research was always done on the assumption that you could compare these things across countries without adjusting for the extent to which it, and so even, by the way, even if you do what I said about different countries, suppose a country has kind of, the instruction moves ahead too fast so they have uncentered instruction. If you do exactly the same intervention in 2nd grade and 6th grade, and it achieves exactly the same improvement in the education production function, again, you're going to get radically different results between 2nd grade and 5th grade. Because in 2nd grade, you're still roughly centered because you started centered. By 5th grade, you're massively uncentered. So even from better instruction, few kids can benefit from it. Or, say you're looking at the magnitude of teaching at the right level interventions. In a centered instruction environment, teaching at the right level is going to have modest effects. I mean, remedial teaching at the right level, well, you pull kids out of the classroom and put them in remedial classes to get them to catch up, because as in a centered instruction country, the classroom instruction is still roughly centered. So teaching at the right level is going to have massive effects in uncentered countries and very modest effects in centered countries, right? And the final thing is here, when we run models like this that we calibrate to roughly be able to reproduce the existing results, meaning we calibrate these models so that they can reproduce the observed distribution of learning of 15-year-olds, what we find is if countries that now have like a third of the students, I'm going to tell you this and you're going to hate it, but don't hate me, okay? Well, you can hate me. Anyway, but I'm going to tell you this. So take a country that has uncentered instruction and has pretty low performance of its existing 30% that reach 10th grade. So only 30% of the population is reaching 10th grade, right? And then ask yourself, how much is the fraction of the student body reaching the SDG going to increase if we go from 30% enrollment in grade 10 to 100% enrollment in grade 10? You might think, well, gee, you went from 30% enrollment to 100% enrollment. It must have led to a huge improvement in the number of students reaching the SDG. The answer is 0. 0. So all of the effort, all the expense of pushing all of 70% of the population all the way to grade 10 would have 0 impact. Why? Because more students are in a flat learning profile than students who drop out. So the kids who dropped out were dropping out because their learning profile had flattened. If you make those kids go to school, but keep your instruction the same, they will continue to have a flat learning profile. Now, this is just a simulation, but it should scare you. Because you should say, wait a second, if we do all these things to make kids stay in school, but they have dropped out of school because they realized they weren't learning anything, we've just pushed them back into a school they weren't learning anything. We haven't done anything. Okay. The main point of all that, and let's come back to this, is this is an inflection point where this alignment of the curriculum is a new phenomena that's being explored. So all the education production function literature that's out there never took into account the alignment of the curriculum. They all assumed that this thing could be reliably measured, the improvement in what kids learned per exposure to an instructional episode, and that was, the equation was this as a function of characteristics without paying attention. They just either assumed, and again, it's not clear, nobody ever made clear what they were assuming, which is a key distinguishing value added. They either assumed that this was just wide enough and the distribution of student ability was narrow enough and it was centered, or they assumed this was infinitely wide or some weird combination. But essentially all of the education production function literature wasn't recovering, it was recovering the interaction between these two things. It wasn't recovering this. So everybody thought they were recovering some underlying scientific thing like the weight of the electron, but they were uncovering something that was the joint integral of the distribution and the thing, which is why we have massive heterogeneity in finding across countries. So people are doing the same program in different countries and getting wildly different results. Okay, let me stop there. I hope, but by the way, and again, stop there in the sense that the reason we came up with this was in part because we were observing the reality of classrooms and seeing that kids were just way behind where the curriculum was, and partly because there were a number of facts that the downward trend, for instance, I can generate a massive downward trend in learning with modest decreases in the PPF as long as they don't re-optimize the curriculum. So a lot of the things that are super puzzles that the EPF, the standard education production function, just can't do, we can at least in principle do, but we don't know that we're empirically right yet. Okay. Questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Professor, for this sorry, an inciting and inspiring presentation. Yeah, you are right that the literature on the education production function, I think it requires some inflection because of the results, they are mixed, and in most cases changing the school inputs, it does not affect just the, I understand. But something that is parallel to what is being done on this curriculum, so I think the black box, as you have said, is on this the curriculum and school administration and so on. But something that is parallel to this probably is, borrowing insights from the psychology and the sociology literature, particularly adding like just the psychological aspects, for example, looking at things that might affect the aspiration of students, because learning is not something that is passive. It requires a concerted effort from the learners themselves, and they learn for something. The students learn for something, and so I see there are some success from including insights from like psychology, like using concepts of behavioral economics in education.
Yeah, but I want to be, I want to be clear that the quality of education is deteriorating across the board. So when we look at Indonesia, we can do panels and see how much kids learn, and most of the deterioration is at the top. So again, there's this huge bias in the education field to assume the problem is poor kids and that poor kids aren't learning, and that's not the problem. The problem is the rich kids aren't learning either. And if the rich kids aren't learning, it's not that these kids' parents don't have high aspirations. And it's not that there's something about the kid, right? And again, when I say not the problem, yes, of course it's the problem. But, again, I think if you go to the next slide, I've just reproduced this Zambia, or these slides, right? Next slide. Maybe. Yeah, this is the upper 5% of the country's population. So, yes, the poor learn less, but it's not dramatically less. And this is important because, it's the mismatch between the instruction, the pace of instruction, and the actual, it's the actual realistic PPF, even for the adept students and the curriculum, right? Not just, so I agree, because I think everybody has been focused on the fact that the poor learn less, but, and again, this is and in some countries like Guatemala, this is dramatically true, but in other countries, it's just not as true. And the second thing, second thing I want to emphasize, right, and this is, again, not related, but, so I think go at least one more slide. And again, this is the kind of calculation that just chills your blood. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So, so one of the things about a normal distribution is that if you take a normal, is that it's nonlinear in the tail, right? The tail declines really rapidly, right? It's e to the square, so declines really rapidly. Which means if you shift a normal distribution, the proportion above a given threshold falls a lot more than the mean falls. So, for instance, just to give an example, I have a brother and I'm from a family of 5, so my youngest brother is a 5th child. The number of 5th children in America has gone down by 95%. Why? Because as fertility fell, the number of 5th children went down hugely because it became the tail. Okay. So the consequence of the very low performing countries is that there's nobody in the upper tail. So if you look at PISA-D and you look at their estimates, so PISA, I don't know, you've all kind of seen PISA, right? Everybody works at UNICAP should have seen something about PISA. Anyway, PISA classifies performance into levels 4, 5, and 6, right? Into 6 levels. Levels 1 to 6. 1 is almost nothing. Level 2 is kind of the SDG minimum level learning. Level 3 is kind of the median, and then level 4, 5, and 6. About 30% of the OECD population is in levels 4, 5, and 6, which is roughly what you would call college ready. In an OECD country, about 30% of the population is really college ready. So 4, 5, and 6 is you're kind of reasonably advanced. You're not a genius. You're not out in the tail, but you're the 70th percentile or above. Okay. If you look at the PISA-D and you calculate, this is how many 15-year-olds there are, and I'm not going to use an African country. I'm going to use Cambodia. There's 370,000 15-year-olds in Cambodia in any given year. And if you ask how many of them are at PISA level 4 or above, in all of Cambodia there's 108 kids. We could put every kid in Cambodia who is college ready in this room. Right? So, and in Guatemala there's 141. In Zambia it says there's 5. Now, once you're to 5, the standard errors around are crazy, but still. Now, why am I saying this? The reason I'm saying this is for countries' development, you don't just need mass education, you need an elite education too. And the problem is, somehow, the routine teaching and learning practices in these countries are such that there isn't a performance elite. And this is, by the way, this is both public and private. So this is of all kids. Now, whenever I show these numbers, people are like, that just can't be true. That just can't be true. I have 100 friends, all of whom are smart. That can't be true, right? But it is what the numbers say. And it isn't, maybe these numbers are double this. And there's 216. It still means, I'm just emphasizing this for 2 reasons. One, I think the field of education has become obsessed with the inequality in learning performance, and obsessed with the idea that disadvantaged or marginalized students aren't getting a good education. And that's completely the wrong factual characterization. The elite aren't getting a good education, and the marginalized aren't getting any education at all. But it's not, but I feel, at least, you have to worry about both problems, right? So it isn't just that the pedagogy isn't adequately accommodating first-generation learners. It's like a really serious problem because, you know, just imagine, like, this is amazing because these countries are next to each other. Cambodia and Vietnam are next to each other. Vietnam in any given year has 240,000 kids in levels 4, 5, and 6. Okay, you're competing in a global economy, and your country has 108 people total of a cohort, kind of that have the cognitive skills that would prepare them for a higher education, and Vietnam has 250,000, like 1,000 times more. So, anyway, so yes, everything you say is true. But I worry that everything you say is being overemphasized by the education community. Education community is overemphasizing the problems for first-generation learners. It's overemphasizing the fact that rural kids are getting a bad education. Because, again, those graphs, this is like, you know, put another way, right? In Cambodia, 0.1%, and think about it this way. In Cambodia, 0.1% of the 15-year-olds are at levels 4, 5, and 6. Right? 1% of the kids are in the 1%. By definition. So, 1 in 10 of the kids in the 1% of Cambodia, the elite, so if we take the 1% as the elite, only 1 in 10 of the elite are in levels 4, 5, and 6. Just even if everybody who was in the elite was in the 1%, which isn't true, but even if that were true, then only 1 in 10 of the elite is in levels 4, 5, and 6. So something is just badly wrong with the education system, and it's affecting everybody. In a way that, Vietnam, everybody must have hated Vietnam in a way that you all hated the kid, the super smart kid in your class in school, right? So, so it's like, that test was too hard. Oh, but Billy did well. I hate Billy. Anyway. Okay. And can we go one slide back up? Because I want to make one last analytical point and then take some more questions. The last analytical point, I want to put this down because my arm's tired. The last analytical point is related to this, which is the education community, and particularly the donors, are obsessed with targeting, and they're obsessed with disadvantage, and they're obsessed with inclusion, and they're obsessed with marginalization. But the problem is say we have some threshold of education that we want people to have, how effective targeting is at type 1 and type 2 targeting errors depends on where the distribution stands relative to that threshold. So type 1 means you've correctly identified someone who is disadvantaged and who is below the threshold. Type 2 are people who are below the threshold but wouldn't be identified. So if this is the distribution of, like, poor kids, and this is the distribution of rich kids, and you have a program that targeted instructional services only to poor kids, then your type 2 error, the fraction of kids who aren't meeting the education targeted, who aren't targeted by their SES, by their socioeconomic status or income or disadvantaged status, is huge. So you can't solve the problem that kids aren't above this threshold by focusing on the disadvantaged kids, even though the disadvantaged kids' distribution is lower. Whereas, in a super high-performing country like Finland, every kid who is below the threshold is also disadvantaged. right? So what the donors are doing is they're taking their experience and projecting it on you. So they want you to target the disadvantaged because in their country, the overlap between not meeting the target and being disadvantaged is huge. Whereas in low-performing countries, that's just not true. Completely not true. And so somebody, maybe somebody in this room, nobody's written this paper saying, what's the type 1 and type 2 error of targeting on various characteristics when the whole distribution is low, right? And that's an important paper to write because, again, donors just don't get it, right? They say, well, in my country, you know, we have to focus on the super marginalized or learning disabled or et cetera because everybody in the advantage distribution is above the threshold. But again, it would be super easy to take data from any of your countries and just show no. Type 2 error of targeting on specific characteristics of a disadvantage is just massive. Okay, other questions? And again, I realize by answering questions in a brutal way, I discourage them sometimes. Okay.
Merci, professeur, pour cet exposé qui contient beaucoup d'informations.
I got merci.
It's okay. Bon, concernant la comparaison sur le score des élèves entre la Zambie et le Vietnam, en fait, est-ce que l'étude a pris en compte, ou bien peut-être une comparaison sur le niveau de l'élève, est-ce que c'est intrinsèque à l'élève ou bien c'est le système scolaire même? Enfin, je veux dire, est-ce que c'est pris en compte également les dotations scolaires, notamment en fait, l'équipement scolaire ou bien l'infrastructure scolaire, c'est-à-dire le nombre d'élèves par table banc ou bien la qualité des tableaux dans les salles de classe, ainsi de suite. Ou bien le curriculum même, parce que d'un pays à un autre, on peut avoir des différences de curriculum. Le temps effectif d'apprentissage également, parce que dans certains pays, par exemple, le temps effectif d'apprentissage par jour, c'est 5 heures, d'autres c'est 3 heures, moins de 4 heures, ainsi de suite. Donc, est-ce que ces éléments ont été pris en compte dans cette comparaison pour comparer le score des élèves d'un pays à un autre? Merci. Et bon, si ce n'est pas pris en compte également, est-ce que vous jugez que c'est pertinent de prendre en compte dans cette comparaison? Merci.
We did all that. Like, we have very rich data sets with everything you named. And the point is if you establish the empirical association between child score and those things, and then say, that doesn't account for any of the difference. So we've done exactly what you said. Not for Zambia, but between Vietnam and India, or Andhra Pradesh, or Vietnam and Peru. We have a panel survey that tracks kids. We know everything about the kids. We know everything about their school. We know a lot about their schools. And when you put in all of these characteristics, it doesn't reduce the gap. So that was my point. Equivalent kids in observationally equivalent schools, meaning whether they have a blackboard, whether they have et cetera, et cetera. So, and by the way, Vietnam, during the period in which these results were produced, was also a very poor place. So again, we've done that. That was the point, is we have corrected for all those things. And correcting for all those things, in the standard econometric way you correct for stuff, you estimate y equals beta x, and then you say, well, suppose this country had that country's x's, how much of the gap in the y's would be produced? And for Vietnam versus India, the answer is exactly 0, because the x's are almost exactly the same. So, which is, you know, obviously, you know, this is kind of why I was saying, this is what we've been doing, is we've been trying to explain it in terms of these factors, and the reason, the kind of, in some sense, the reason why we want to be those factors is that stuff's easy to fix, right? It would be terrific if the lack of blackboards was explaining the learning difference, because then we can just buy some more blackboards, and every government in the world and every donor in the world would love to fund blackboards, and et cetera, et cetera. But the problem is, if it isn't blackboards, all of a sudden we realize it's a hard problem, and governments hate hard problems, donors hate hard problems, everybody hates hard problems. So the overwhelming tendency, the reason why the education production function literature was so popular, is it was identifying mostly things that were easy to do. And that made it very popular. But it just isn't, you know, it just isn't the case that if you look at aggregate resources, if you look at what I call thin indicators, indicators that are easily quantifiable, it ever really amounts to explaining these huge differences. And in some countries, like between Ethiopia and Vietnam, it like lowers the difference from, you know, from 100%, you know, if the raw difference was 100% in Ethiopia, Ethiopia is enough more disadvantaged than Vietnam that it lowers it to 80%. But it doesn't lower it to 0. You don't explain away the difference. And, you know, we've had, we devoted a lot of attention to this because we knew this was exactly the objection that you get when you compare these countries, is that, oh, well, you know, they just spend more or have more or do something more. And it's like, no, it's whatever it is, it's not that. I'm not sure, and I will say, though, that, you know, we had this Vietnam team, and when we pressed them, and when we pressed them and say, well, what is it then? One of the members of the Vietnam team finally just said, look, the reason why Vietnam has the education results they have is because they want to. And they want to, and since they want to, they find a way to do it. And the way they do it isn't necessarily going to be easily correlated with the physical indicators. They just find a way. Now, I have to admit, you know, having spent $5 million on the research project because they wanted to is a hard sell probably for taxpayers. But might be the right answer. Okay, other questions? Here, we'll take one from him. Yeah.
Now leading to one question I asked. Can be regarded as a computer simulation, or that our choices actually matter.
Sorry, I missed the first sentence.
Okay, whether human beings we are necessarily computer simulation. In other words, we are just programmed to behave in a particular way and have a particular outcome, or there are sets of choices that we can make that can lead to a specific set of outcomes. Because this kind of explanation now is leading to what I call determinism of some kind. That may be very little scope for you to work around some parameters and say, this is the result you are going to get. For some time now, under ASU strike, I've been doing some bit of farming. And then I take about 3 grains, put it in a hole, and in a couple of days, you see some of them germinate, rising very high, and then you see the other one very low and not doing well. Tapping from the same nutrient, having been subject to the same condition, but producing different results. So I just wanted to speak to that.
So the interesting thing is that the variance in student performance across countries is amazingly equal. the level is radically different. So that says yes. Within any given country, there's huge amounts of just characteristics of students. Some people are just adept at school and other kids just aren't adept at school, and some people are tall and other people aren't tall, right? And so there is a lot of that. But the thing is that there's not differentially more of that in Zambia than Finland. And in fact, the raw variability in performance is lower in Zambia than it is in Finland. But what explains the variance in Finland and explains the variance in Zambia can't possibly be what explains the difference in the levels. It's not that Finnish kids are intrinsically more adept at school. Zambian kids are just exposed to unbelievably crappy. They're exposed to not very much time, because time on task, given absenteeism and everything else, is just low. So they're exposed to very little exposure to really crappy instructional practices. But if you took a Zambian kid and put him in a Finnish school, they would probably do exactly like the Finnish kid does. So I don't believe in any group differences explaining any of this. But kid differences are huge. We never really just, you know, the variation across kids is remarkably constant across countries. And it's mostly, a lot of it is intrinsic characteristics of kids. But every kid in the world can be at least the tail end of Finnish performance. And what we see, go back up one slide, guys. You know, the truly amazing thing is that the elite kid in Cambodia is outperformed by the poorest kid in Vietnam. That's not intrinsic characteristics of kids in Vietnam versus Cambodia. It's just differential. It really is, sorry, let me say it more bluntly. It's crappy schools that explains the differences in learning. It's not the nature of the kids. Now, what kids in any given context, that distribution might be driven by kid characteristics, but average kid characteristics don't differ enough to explain this. I'm 100% confident. Okay, yeah. One question from him, and then I'll come to Moses.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for me is that Senegal. Senegal, you see Senegal there?
Yeah, I don't talk about Senegal because I think the data's crap.
Okay.
And the reason I think the data's crap is because it's so flat. And it's not flat in any other country in the world. But I think what's really happening here is, I think this is a technical issue of bottom coding. I think just so many kids were bottom coding in Senegal that we didn't reproduce the kind of expected gradient. So I wouldn't be anything. I mean, I have to put it in. I don't think Senegal is remarkably equal in its education outcomes. I think by the way they do PISA, this is a technical point. The way they do PISA is they don't give each kid 50 questions. They give each kid like 5 questions. And so they don't actually have an estimate for each kid. They have an expected distribution for each kid from the 5 questions the kid asked adjusted. But if you're only asking each kid 5 questions and the test is way too hard for the population, you get lots of bottom coding where they don't answer any of the questions. And then if you say, geez, they didn't answer any of the 5 questions, are they at 320, 300, 260, 200, 1? You can't tell. So I think there's a technical problem with bottom coding that affects this. Yeah.
Thank you again. And I'm wondering if we can explain partly this, I mean, the production function, education production function problem by the nature of the labor market across countries. For example, the extent to which the labor market differentiates between skills, the extent it rewards better skills. Maybe, for example,
The market for teachers, the labor market for teachers, or the labor market
for
generally?
everybody, actually, just for everybody, just if the labor market does not reward those who have better skills than who have less, and sometimes like countries who have, I mean, a different labor laws may perform than others.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I'll put the microphone back up. One of the really interesting and striking facts about the world is that the South Asian countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, don't perform particularly well on the typical student. And the teacher wage in India, in the government sector, is about 10 times the wage for a teacher in the private sector. So Indian teachers are overpaid relative to the market by a factor of 10. So now, it might not be that, so first of all, you know, the teachers are underpaid, maybe, but there's some really low-performing countries with wildly overpaid teachers. India and Pakistan for sure, right? So as a generic explanation, it doesn't work, and teachers aren't particularly well paid in Vietnam. Okay. Second, the way the labor market works, though, is a very interesting question, because if there are huge rewards to skill, so the inequality in the earnings distribution is very high, then you're going to get very few teachers into that, out of that into teaching, because the compensation structure of teachers is very flat. So there might be that, and I haven't thought about that enough. So that's a really interesting question to ask in a more, because again, what does happen the typical case, right, is if you look at wages from sort of hiring to 30 years experience, the typical profile of a teacher looks like this with very low variance. Whereas the typical performance, the typical wage of a non-teacher tends, again, I've done this in many countries, but not all countries, tends to look like this in the private sector. So the variance of people with 25 years of labor market experience is massively higher in the private sector than public sector. So to some extent, public sector is bond, private sector is equity. Which means if ex ante you think you're a highly skilled person, you're going to choose to get into the private sector stream. If ex ante you think you're a very low skilled person, you want to buy insurance against your low skill by becoming a civil servant. Sorry, that's just how economists talk. But on average, teachers tend to be about the same. So when people talk about teacher compensation, the problem usually isn't the central tendency of the distribution, it's its variance in structure. Does everybody get that? It's not, you know, to say whether teachers are underpaid, but to say they're not paid according to skill is almost certainly true. Somebody else had a question. We'll take one more question and then go to lunch. Or I thought there was one more question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Martin Oleche from IDS Think Tank, University of Nairobi.
Okay.
My question is rather very general from your morning lecture.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. Actually, you had indicated that we should write papers about the economy and not economics.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if I got it.
Literature.
Yes, yes. Actually, economics is the literature, as you had indicated in the morning. So I'm trying to look at that particular statement and wondering if we can be able to divorce, because the economy is the world and economics is the literature, if we can be able to divorce these two, because looking at them, there is a debate that we can have about them. There is a very thin line that is existing between the two, and therefore should we say that we write about the economy and not economics, or we say that we write about both economy and economics? Are we about to divorce the two? Thank you.
Yeah. That's a great thing, but I guess this kind of example I was just talking about, it's, I want to introduce another phrase, right? Which is like similar intent but very different. And that phrase is, it's much, much easier to study the effects of causes than the causes of effects. Right? It's like, if I want to know, does doing this little thing, what's the effect of doing this versus that? Understanding the effects of causes is actually pretty straightforward. But what policymakers mostly want to know, and what is often more important to know, is the causes of effects, not the effects of causes. Why does the world look this way? Right? And so the example I just gave was, there's this huge literature of education production functions, and it's very tempting for a junior person to just write another education production function paper because there's a template, there's a literature. But kind of the meta point of what I was just talking about is every now and again you have to stop and ask, is the approach that has been taken in the past of literature really adequate to understand the phenomena we're seeing? So can you guys go back, somebody with the slides, go back, go back to this history thing, back. Back. Yeah, one more. That. Where'd we go? No, go forward. Go forward like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, 5. 6, sorry. Okay. So this graph is what's happening in the world. We didn't start from an education production function and ask, what's the effect of having a more trained versus less trained teacher, right? And the problem is, the economics literature can acquire a dynamic of its own in which no one stops to ask, even if I understood the education production function literature perfectly, and even if I had correctly estimated the impact of a trained teacher versus an untrained teacher, would that be adequate to explain what I was actually observing? So, yes, I want the two to stay together, but there is this, very tempting dynamic that the easy thing to do is write in, I've got a data set, I have learning outcomes, I have some correlates, I can run a regression, and, God forbid, I can, and what happens is, you know what I'm going to do? In the past, they did an education production function with OLS. I'm going to use this fancy estimator, or I'm going to use machine learning. And it's like, no, you're just improving the technique of the way of thinking about it without asking yourself, is that really adequate to understand the phenomena that's going on in the world? And you know, like it or not, disciplines that have their own logics. And part of the logic of the discipline is just let's improve the technique in the things that we were doing. And you know, every now and again you have to stop and ask, is that is that approach working at explaining what we're seeing? And sometimes it is. Like you know, when science is working well, those two stay together. But I think yeah. People that, and by the way, the people that write the most interesting papers are the people that bring the discipline back to, hey, there's this really interesting thing going on in the world that our existing approaches aren't adequately encompassing. We need to expand our understanding and approaches to include those things. Does that make sense? So the second point is, you know, every now and again you have to stop and ask yourself, am I investigating the causes of effects? Am I understanding the world? Something has happened and I'm trying to understand why? Or am I just trying to look at the effects of causes? I'm just, you know, I'm trying to narrow the world to a set of causes. And by the way, this is just to conclude, like before lunch, this is why I absolutely, positively hate RCTs. Because RCTs are a radical improvement in estimating the effects of causes. But they don't necessarily look at the causes that are truly the effect of causes. So for instance, all the time RCTs say they're studying poverty. No, they're just not. Poverty goes down when GDP per capita goes up, full stop. Like all of the variation in poverty rates around the world, all of it is explained by variation in the typical level of income. None of it is explained by anything that any RCT has looked at. So they're looking at, you know, these tiny little effects of individual programmatic efforts, whereas if you started and asked, what is the cause of poverty, you would never get to RCTs. You would get to understanding overall average levels of productivity in the economy. And for that, that's ontologically an aggregated process that ontologically RCTs are ill-adept to study because they can't generate the power, the statistical power. And that was super, I maybe said that in a deliberately obtuse way. But if you think about it, if your unit of, and this coming back to this point about the reading scores paper, right? For an RCT to work best, the unit of observation is most easily the individual, right? And let me just give an example. I just wrote a blog that you can go read about. So they have this paper in Niger in which they add to some cash transfer program some life skills training. And they show that life skills training, you know, produces these gains in income of people in Niger. Right? And then it's like, well, wait a second. People in Niger are poor because they're in Niger. It's not that Niger is full of poor people. People are poorer in Niger because they're in Niger. And acting as if the cause of this person's poverty is something about the person, because that's what your method is easily adept to study, the individuated things, because that's the way you can generate statistical power to identify your thing in order to publish a paper. Whereas if the phenomena of Niger is at the level of Niger, you can't study it with RCTs because you can't generate enough observations. First of all, you can't do treatment control. But for aggregated social and political and historical processes, you can't generate large N. But which has led the RCTs to focus on the individual correlates, when in fact it's all aggregate correlates that explain all the variation. In education, in health, in poverty, in everything. Okay, Thank you very much. We're going to go to lunch. After lunch, we're going to have Jim join us from 2 to 4, and that's going to be hugely fascinating. Okay.
I see we still have some people outside, so let's give them 2 minutes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to page 3, session 4, please. And our moderator for this session will be introduced officially by Professor Abebe. The moderator is Professor James Robinson, and we have reading materials for this session. From 2 to 3:30, we are supposed to do reading materials. We have those 2 reading materials listed there. So this is an assignment. Professor Robinson will join us at 4 p.m. We will continue today until 6 p.m. So please take note of the program, the way it is going. His time zone is totally different from where we are, so that's the reason why you'll be joining us at 4. So let's get working on our assignments, both those online and those present here. Welcome. Thank you. Any questions? The reading materials are in the link that I shared in the email today morning. Yes, what I shared this morning. That is the assignment for this session. Those documents are in that link. I also attached them as an attachment, please. So we shall break for tea at 3:30. Let's get working. So you will engage us with, as you can see, asking a question on those 4 issues, proposing a hypothesis, moving to a research design, and worrying about casualty. So let's give him some good time when he comes in by reading. Yes, yes, Nairobi time. You will see him online. Okay. Thank you, Mohammed.
Which is there? Have you gotten them?
Colleagues, I hope it's clear. Is the assignment clear? Okay. We have short time. We need to get busy with it. Yes. I wish to draw our attention again to the agenda. And we need to take note of 2 materials there listed, which we are to read. Anyone who has no idea where to find them? Number 1 is on. Okay. Can we find it in the link? Okay. Number 2? Okay. Can anyone find it in the link? Okay, good. I just wanted us to be sure that we are together so that I don't confuse any of us. Thank you. You can project the link, Kiama, so that they can see the materials in the link. When we refer to the link, just for clarification, no, the link is the general, where this is, this, yes. It is just in the download where you clicked somewhere. Yes, that one. That's where we are referring to. So you click on that link and any material for this workshop will be there. And you are able to see the title of the paper and everything. Online team, if you have any question, please type them. Any clarification can be provided. Thank you. Excuse me. It's time for break. We're breaking for 30 minutes, then we come back to continue. Our next presenter will be online, Professor Robinson. Thank you. Say that again. You will have what you want at your cost. Yes, you can order online, it will be delivered.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice short break. And I think this morning was very, very exciting with land. Even myself, I was telling you, where have I been all this time? So it was very refreshing, and very glad to see Professor James Robinson. Hello, James. Karibu. Welcome to the program. So I'm introducing you to our participants who are also eagerly waiting. I don't know what time it is where you are. If it's in Chicago, it must be a bit early still. But we are very happy you are joining us. Dear participants, Professor James Robinson, of course, is very well-known development economist. He's a professor at the Harris School for Public Policy at the University of Chicago. Actually, one of the only 14 professors there. He's also Institute Director at the Pearson Institute for the Study and Resolution of Global Conflicts. Professor Robinson studied economics at the London School of Economics, the University of Warwick, and Yale University. And before joining Chicago, he taught also in the departments of government economics, history, and human and evolutionary biology at Harvard. So he has crossed paths with Professor Pritchett. I hope they have met, of course. He's a co-author with Daron Acemoglu of Economic Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, Why Nations Fail, which has been translated into 43 languages, including Amharic. My own language, Arabic, Dari, Farsi, and Mongolian. And actually, another popular book he has co-authored is A Narrow Corridor. So he currently conducts research in Bolivia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone, Haiti, Nigeria, and in Colombia, where he has taught for 28 years, every summer at the University of the Andes in Bogota. So anyway, I mean, this is basically, we have to do this, but whatever short bio I have read that doesn't express much about James or Land. You have seen they have decades of experience in frontier research, and we're very happy he's here. So I don't want to spend much time on this one. So let me invite Professor Robinson to get started, and we are all waiting to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Finished teaching, and now I'm pretending to be on holiday, but not succeeding, as you can see. So I'm going to share my screen. Is that the idea? No, somebody has to let me share my screen. Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yes. Cecilia, please, could you allow him to share his screen? Unfortunately, this happened as well to Yao yesterday. Okay.
Okay, I think it works now. Let's. That worked, didn't it? Yeah. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see.
You can see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, great. All right, so let's get going. So Abebe wanted me to talk about research. So here's my attempt to talk about research in the context of a couple of papers about important papers about African development, and I'll try and talk about why I think they're important and why they're such well written and such interesting papers. So how do you do research? Well, you have to start with a question or a puzzle. Here's an example of a question. My former colleague at Harvard, Robert Putnam, has a very famous book called Making Democracy Work, which starts with a great puzzle about governance. Why is the north of Italy well governed and the south of Italy badly governed? And the hypothesis, that's not going to be the question, that's his question. We're going to use that to build a different question. But the hypothesis he had was to do what he called is to do with what he called social capital. So his claim is that the roots of good governance in the north of Italy were connected to the fact that the north of Italy had a lot of social capital. But social capital is a vague term. It means lots of things, a lot to do with how people trust and cooperate and coordinate with each other. And he traced that to the type of society, the kind of associational life, the rich associational life of northern Italy. So in his book, he measured associational life, or what he called civic community, in different ways. The one thing I'm going to draw attention to is the last variable here, scarcity of sports and cultural association. And he says in the text, this is connected to the density of association. So he measured the extent to which people participate in different groups and societies and associations, could be cultural, could be sports. And that was a way of measuring the extent to which people interact and hang out with each other. And when they do that, that inculcates trust and social capital, and that's associated with good government. So he measures social capital by other things here, turnout in referendum and newspaper readership. But just let me focus on this kind of most important aspect to do with the density of associational life, as he put it. Okay, so here's here's his index of civic community or social capital. Darker is highest, white is lowest. So you can see the south of Italy has less civic community, less associational life. People are members of fewer associations and groups. In the south of Italy, the north, they're members of far more groups. And here's his, incredible, isn't it? You see, like, so this is so influential, but it's so simple from an empirical point of view. On the horizontal axis, he has his measure of civic community, associational life. On the vertical axis is a measure of the performance of government, and you can see they're very strongly correlated. So places where in Italy with greater associational life, more trust, people belong to groups, more social capital, those places are much better governed. Okay, so that was Putnam's book in a nutshell. All right, so he presented, the book is sort of spectacular in terms of the hypothesis and also the measurement. It ends up being very simplistic in terms of the research design, but here's the puzzle I want to start with, which is, in my experience, associational life in Africa is much greater than in any Western society I've lived in. So how come levels of trust are so low? So if I look, for example, at the Afrobarometer, this is data from the Afrobarometer of participation, like to what extent are people an active member or a leader in some sort of group, or do they attend community meetings regularly? Do they join others and raise issues, etc.? So you see, it's not true everywhere, but in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, people are very likely, the vast majority of people regularly attend community meetings. They're an active member or a leader. That's true in Liberia, it's true in Gambia, it's true in Kenya, interestingly enough, where 64% of people said they attend community meetings. So I think if you my personal experience in Africa is that Africa is full of all types of associations and groups, and people cooperate and do things together, and so there's a lot of associational life in Africa. Okay, so and according to Putnam, dense associational life like this should be associated with high levels of trust. But if you look at trust around the world, this is data from the World Value Survey. I'll show you the Afrobarometer in a second. Actually, there's a lot of data missing in sub-Saharan Africa from the World Value Survey. But where are the high levels of trust? So where do people agree? So the sort of canonical trust question is, people are asked, you know, do you think most people can be trusted? And then you have to mark this scale. No, most people can't be trusted. Most people can be trusted not very much. Most people can be trusted little, or most people can be trusted a lot. So if I aggregate the two highest rankings, you know, to kind of capture most people can be trusted, where do I find people answer that? Australia, New Zealand, China, interestingly enough, Saudi Arabia, interestingly enough, Scandinavia, Western Europe, Canada. But you can see in sub-Saharan Africa, the proportion, you know, of people who say, you know, most people can be trusted, which might be 80 or 90% in New Zealand or China, is very low in sub-Saharan Africa. It's down at 5 or 10%. So if I look at the Afrobarometer, maybe we can see that more clearly. This goes down to very low levels in Kenya. Only 4 people say most people can be trusted. This is the most extreme version of the question. You must be very careful, kind of, most people can't be trusted. You know, 96% of people basically say that in Kenya. There's a lot of variation, as you can see. Guinea and Mali, it's 22%, you know, not 4% as it is down here. And you could think of lots of reasons for this. You know, you could think of lots of reasons why it might be 3% in Zimbabwe, for example. There could be lots of hypotheses. But I want to pose this as a sort of puzzle or a question. Research always starts with a puzzle. It doesn't start with data or mathematics or a computer. It starts by looking at the world and thinking about what's going on and, you know, what don't I understand? And here's something that I don't think we understand. You know, in Putnam's study and in many studies of Western society, there's this positive correlation between measures of associational life and trust. But that doesn't seem to show up in African data. In Africa, there seems to be dense associational life, but people don't express high levels of trust in other people. Okay, so that's a puzzle. Why is that? All right. So you start with a puzzle. There's a puzzle. There's a question. Why is that? Why doesn't this correlation that seems to be there in Italy? It doesn't seem to be there when I look at Africa. Why isn't it there? Okay. So now I have a dependent variable, right? So meaning a variable whose variation I'm interested in explaining, and here that's going to be trust. And you see this is going to seamlessly connect to the first paper and Leonard Wanchicon that I gave you to read. Okay. We have variation in trust. Okay. And you can see, you know, if I'm going to zoom in on Africa, there's plenty of variation within Africa. You know, I could look at Africa compared to the world. What Leonard Wanchicon do is they just focus on variation within Africa. You can see there's a lot of variation within Africa. So that's the variation focus on, because Leonard Wanchicon focus on it. Okay. And now I need a hypothesis. Okay. From hypothesis, so we need an explanation. We need an alternative hypothesis. Okay. Thinking about variation within Africa. So there's different directions you could go in here, as I say. You know, we could directly try to explain why Putnam's theory doesn't apply in Africa. You know, it could be that there is associational life in Italy, there is associational life in Africa, but it's a different sort of associational life. So there's qualitative, maybe we need to make a distinction between different sorts of associational life, and some sorts of associational life inculcate trust and others don't. Okay, or, and this is what Leonard Wanchicon do, we could propose a kind of another source of variation in trust in Africa, something which was missing in the Italian case, and say, well, actually, the real story in Africa is not associational life, it's this other thing, which in the case of Leonard Wanchicon is a history of slave exporting, and use that to explain the variation in trust. Okay, so here one could go in lots of different directions. You know, I could talk more about that, but I'm going to focus on what Leonard Wanchicon do. I'm just saying one could do different things here. You know, they kind of basically sideline Putnam's hypothesis in Italy and say, well, actually, the real story in Africa is this different variable, and that's what we're going to focus on. Okay, so we're talking about a hypothesis now. We have a dependent variable, which is trust, that varies. We'd like to explain that variation, and we're going to do that with one, and I say, and only one independent variable. Okay, so we need to propose a parsimonious explanation for why trust varies within Africa. So, and by parsimonious, I mean we're going to just develop one idea about what creates that variation. We're going to have one independent variable, okay, that can help explain the variation in the dependent variable, okay? And we want to, and when I say explain, I mean make a causal statement, meaning variation in the independent variable, which in Leonard Wanchicon is the historical incidence of slave trade. Variation in that independent variable causes variation in the dependent variable, okay? And that's what most research papers amount to at the end of the day: a puzzle, a question, a dependent variable, and an independent variable, and an argument that variation in the independent variable causes variation in the dependent variable. That's all there is to it, really, at the end of the day. Okay, so so first, great, okay, so now I've got a dependent variable, which is trust, and I've got an independent variable, which is the historical instance of slavery. Well, how do you measure? So the next step is going to be measurement. How do you measure those things? Well, trust is easy to measure. I mean, assuming that you buy the argument that these trust questions actually make sense to Africans. I think an interesting, puzzle for me is always whether these types of questions really make sense in different cultural contexts. The World Values Survey is appealing to social scientists because people ask the same questions all over the world, but the same question may not be culturally relevant. So I think that's always good to bear in mind. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but I think that's an issue here, in fact. But so sidelining that, we have the dependent variable, which is trust, measures the levels of trust, and we're going to measure that, using data from the Afrobarometer, or Leonard Wanchicon are going to measure that using data from the Afrobarometer. And now the explanatory variable is the historical incidence of slavery. Like, why did Leonard Wanchicon propose that as a source of variation in trust within Africa? And I think that's because if you read the paper, you can see that there's a lot of interesting historical work about the impact of the slave trade, especially the African slave trade, on African societies, that suggests it may well be connected to trust. I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but if you read the paper, you can see that, for example, once slave raiding took place on a large scale, so that people moved into the interior of Africa and captured slaves to sell on the coast, then you could imagine that created a kind of insecurity, where people were worried about being kidnapped and sold into slavery. That might well undermine trust. There's a lot of evidence that the slave trade historically undermined judicial institutions, traditional judicial institutions in Africa. Judicial institutions turned into instruments of enslaving people. And so, again, that undermines trust in the law and rules. And so I think there's a good historical reason to kind of hypothesize this particular kind of connection. Okay, so, but that's, it's one thing to say, okay, I hypothesize that historical variation in the instance of the slave trade is going to impact levels of trust in Africa. How do I operationalize that? I need some data on the historical impact of the slave trade, and that's something that Nathan Nunn provided. So Nathan, in his PhD dissertation at the University of Toronto, used this data set. I put the HTTP, it's on the web now. It's called, it used to be called the W.B. Du Bois data set, but that doesn't seem to be called that anymore for some reason. But you can all access this data at www.slavevoyages.org. And it's a kind of compendium of all the information that we know about the slave trade. And, what do we know? I mean, so Nathan's idea was to take this kind of the population of surviving documents connected to the slave trade and use that to come up with an estimate of the intensity of the slave trade. So what does that information look like? Well, it's an enormous number of different types of records. You know, just a sort of snapshot of what it looks like. Sales, notarial records. You know, slaves were bought and sold as you know, as assets. And when they were bought and sold, there were notarial records or records of sales. There were plantation accounts, kind of bookkeeping of how many slaves there were. You know, so there's an enormous number of different types of documents, shipping, sales, notarial records, plantation records. And what's interesting about, and they come from all over the world here. You can see from Spain, from Mexico, from the Dominican Republic, from Peru, etc. And what's interesting about this here is that in many cases, these records record slaves' ethnicity. You can see here, there's two columns, one number of observations, but also the number of ethnicities recorded. So why did they record the number of ethnicities? Well, you know, Westerners had all sorts of stereotypes about Africans, about who were the best workers and et cetera, et cetera. And so the ethnicity was something people cared about, and they recorded in a systematic way. So what Nathan did was, you know, he was able to use all these documents to come up with estimates of, you know, the number of, pick a particular ethnic group, like the Igbo in southern Nigeria. He could go through all of these records and calculate the proportion of people, the proportion of slaves here that were Igbo, okay, in all these surviving records. So imagine he comes up with a number which is 3% of all the people here are Igbo. So there's missing observations. Obviously, there's many types of records that are missing, and there's records where they have records of slaves, but they actually don't have ethnicity, or the ethnicity was not recorded, or it hasn't survived, or it's missing. So it's a partial record, obviously. But here's the sort of leap of faith, which is to say, we know a lot about the aggregate slave trade. We know a lot about how many millions of slaves were shipped to the Americas or other parts of the world from Africa. I look at all these records and I calculate, 2% of all the people in these surviving records were Igbo. And now I'm going to jump and sort of say this sample is representative of the entire slave trade. Therefore, 2% of all the slaves shipped out of Africa were Igbo. Okay? So if I take that step, then he was able to come up with a country by country, you know, by taking the different ethnicities and aggregating them to the country level. He was able to come up with numbers for the intensity of slavery, you know, in these different countries. So, for example, according to his calculations, taking ethnic groups in Angola, then Angola, 3.6 million slaves were taken from Angola, 1.4 from Nigeria, 1.6 from Ghana, etc. Okay, in the transatlantic slave trade. He also constructs, you know, estimates for these different slave trades. There was a slave trade in the Red Sea to the Arabian Peninsula. There was a trans-Saharan slave trade, much more ancient than the Atlantic slave trade. There was a slave trade in the Indian Ocean to Mauritius or Réunion, for example. So this is the idea, and you know, he's able to come up with these numbers for the intensity of slavery at the national level. Okay, and in his first paper here, he basically just looked at this is the kind of sequel to the paper I want to talk about in more detail. He talked about, you know, like if I look at these estimates of the aggregate slave trade and I normalize them in some way, maybe by how big the country is, you know, you can see here that, for example, Ghana, there's more slaves, according to his estimates, there were more slaves taken from Ghana than Nigeria, you know, but of course Ghana's a much smaller country than Nigeria. So actually that 1.6 million represents much greater slave intensity than 1.4 because Ghana is such a small place. So one could normalize that by the area of the country. One could normalize it by some historical estimates of population. Here, he normalizes it by the area. So on the horizontal axis, you have, you know, exports, so that's slave exports normalized by the land area. On the vertical axis is the logarithm of GDP, real GDP per capita in 2000, and you can see that, other things equal, more intense slaving historically is associated with greater underdevelopment today. So parts of Africa which experience more intense slavery historically tend to be poorer today. Okay, so that's the sort of, I wanted to talk a little bit about the data and how he constructed the data. But now I'm going to use the data, and the paper with Leonard Wanchicon uses the data in a much nicer way. In this, what he did here in the first exercise, I emphasized that the data was constructed at the ethnic level, but he didn't really know what to do with that, okay? So he aggregated it to the national level. And of course, you know, many of these debates are about national level economic outcomes like, you know, GDP per capita. So, you know, it's an interesting exercise, but it didn't really exploit the richness of the information he had. And you know, what do I mean by that? Well, the data's at the ethnicity level, and there's a lot of variation within African countries at the ethnicity level in the extent of the incidence of the slave trade. So some ethnic groups within a country were slaved much more than other groups. Okay, so the paper that he wrote with Leonard Wanchicon is trying to look at the variation at the ethnic level. And, you know, we know lots of so-called ethnographic survey in the 1960s and 1970s, which was an attempt to construct a data set, a crop kind of to compare characteristics of different ethnic groups all over the world, not just in Africa. But Murdoch also produced this map here. You know, this is a sample of looking at parts of Africa, ethnic groups of Africa that were impacted by the transatlantic slave trade. So the different, you know, polygons on the map represent, you know, where different ethnic groups live, according to Murdoch, and the darkness represents slave intensity. So you can see here this very dark thing on the Central Africa. That's the old Kingdom of the Congo, basically. And, you know, southern Nigeria, again, you know, you have parts of southern Nigeria like Yoruba land, very heavily slaved, or, you know, Ashanti or the Akan, it would be the ethnic group in the Murdoch Atlas, you know, heavily slaved parts of, you know, what's now coastal Mozambique. So you see the variation here, you know, at the ethnic level, and this is a map like looking at the Indian Ocean slave trade. So looking at data for that. So this is data for slaves that ended up in America, some of which, you know, came from Madagascar or Mozambique. And here's, you know, data on slaves that ended up in the Indian Ocean, including in Madagascar, Mauritius, etc., etc. Okay, so now he was able to use. Now they have this map. What they're able to do is they have a measure of the intensity of slavery historically at the ethnic level. Okay, so now they can. That's going to be the explanatory variable. They're able to compare that with Afrobarometer data on trust of the sort that I just showed you, which is kind of at the individual level, but which has information on people's ethnicity. So they can match the individual level trust data to the historical slaving at the ethnic level, you know, constructed from Nathan's original exercise before he aggregated the data at the country level. Okay, so now, you know, now they have a dependent variable, trust, and they have an independent variable, which is this, you know, this measure of the intensity, historical intensity of slaving at the ethnic group level. And they have a simple hypothesis about those two variables, which is parts of Africa which were more intensely slaved historically have lower levels of trust today. And that's a causal statement. So the higher levels of slave intensity historically cause low levels of trust today. Okay, so now you have a hypothesis, you have two variables, you know, you start and look at whether they're correlated or, you know, something a bit more sophisticated. You could run an ordinary least squared regression. Okay, so here's the first regression they run to just look at the association between trust and slave exports. Like, does it work? Is there any kind of relationship there? Okay, so you can see if you read Putnam's book, you know, the first chapter is beautiful because he kind of sets the picture, you know, by like looking at the north. He goes on a journey from the north of Italy to the south of Italy, and he compares different parts of Italy at a very anecdotal level to kind of sell you on this idea that there really ought to be some relationship between the organization of society and associational life and trust and good governance. Okay, so they don't quite do that in this paper, but they could have done. But here's the regression they run. It's a very simple ordinary least square regression. On the left hand, they have this trust. This is at the individual level, so it's micro data from the Afrobarometer. So, you know, trust level of individual I, ethnic group E, district D, country C. Why all that complication? Well, they can put different types of fixed effects. On the right-hand side, they just have country fixed effects. There's alpha C, so they're going to look at variation within, kind of take out the cross-national variation, look at variation within country, and then slave exports E is just this measure of the historical intensity of the slave trade measured at the level of the ethnicity. Okay, so we have individual level data, but that main explanatory variable is at the level of the ethnic group. Then it's the Afrobarometer, so you know we have a lot of individual level covariates. You know, if we want, we have different sorts of country covariants, and we have ethnic group covariates. Where would they come from? From the Murdoch's ethnographic atlas. Okay, so there's a whole, you know, there's lots of different covariates, but as you can see, and this is very much the style of how you write a research paper, that's all kind of in the background. You know, we're not interested in any of those things except to the extent that they're confounding, you know, the main effect we're interested in. Okay, so that's a very sort of standard model, and the first thing he does is just to sort of show you okay, there's different ways we could normalize this slave export data. Remember I said, you know, we could normalize it by population, or we could normalize it by area. It's not kind of clear what's the best way to do that. So in a situation like that, the best thing you can hope for is that whatever you do, it's robust. Okay, so I just want to put, so here's the first table is just he picks one trust variable, which is, you know, the extent of trust in neighbors. Remember, this is sort of ordinals, like don't trust them a lot, don't trust them at all, trust them a little bit, trust them a bit, trust them a lot. Okay, so that's how this trust variable is measured. And then, you know, he's really just the estimated coefficient is just this estimated coefficient on slave exports at the ethnic group level. And just looking across these different columns, the first column is just slave exports, you know, just the raw number. Then he normalizes by area, then he normalizes it by an estimate of historical population, then he takes logarithms, so just like showing that there's different ways of transforming the variable doesn't really have any effect. And you can see that the estimated coefficient is negative across all these different specifications. Okay, let me not get into the different types of standard errors here, but let me just stick to the main sort of story here. The main story is that, you know, the coefficient is negative and it's significant across all these specifications. And let me emphasize, you know, one thing which is very important about this table. There's all these individual covariates, you know, there's national covariates, there's whatever it is, but they're really suppressed. You know, it's just yes, individual controls, yes, district controls, yes, country fixed effects, yes. That's all suppressed. Okay, I don't really care about that. I care about my independent variable and my dependent variable, and I just need to control for those things to make sure that the main effect I'm interested in is not being confounded by these other variables. Okay, and that's very much the style of how you do papers nowadays. You're interested in one dependent variable, one independent variable. You're interested in trying to show that there's a causal relationship between those two things. Yes, you're worried about whether it's robust, about whether it could be confounded by something else. So that's why you have all that other stuff. But as long as the variable that you care about is not confounded, then you don't discuss all the other stuff. Okay, that's and this style of table is meant to really kind of drive that across. Okay, so now let me just pick one way of measuring this slave exports and look at different sorts of trust. And you can see here that, you know, trust in relatives, trust in neighbors, trust in local council, intergroup trust. No matter what trust variable you look at from the Afrobarometer, you have this very strong negative correlation between historical slave exports and trust. So there seems to be very negative, very robust across all the specifications here. Okay. So So there's a potential explanation for you found an independent variable that's negatively correlated with levels of trust. So now this really looks like a potential, and you have an idea, you know, in your mind about mechanisms that make it sort of plausible. You know, there's lots of things you could ask. You know, you could ask about why, okay, but that's historical slave exports. You know, these things are calculated 17th century, 18th century, you know, primarily in the Atlantic slave trade. The 18th century was the period with the largest largest flows of slaves. So you could say, well, what's the, you know, how could that possibly have persisted? You know, what's the mechanism of persistence? You know, does that involve colonialism or like, how does that work? So they don't have much to say about that. I think those are great questions you should be asking, and those are all research questions, you know, on their own, just thinking about the mechanisms of persistence. But many of these historical papers have this flavor, and you can see that what's nice about the Lowe's and Montero paper I'm going to talk about next is that they actually get kind of much more into the mechanisms. They don't just have this reduced form relationship where some historical variable influences some contemporary variable, which Nunn and Wanchicon have. They can also say much more about the mechanisms. But here they don't say much about the mechanisms. They just, you know, they sort of say there's this historical event that impacted Africa, and it has these negative consequences today, which we can see, you know, in one dimension when we look at levels of trust.
Everything now, child Jesus. Oh.
Okay, so, all right. So now I have my two variables. I have my, you know, I showed that they're associated in this particular way, you know, using ordinary least squared regression. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily represent any sort of causal estimate, as we know. Okay, so estimating an ordinary least square model might estimate the causal effect of slavery if, you know, if there was a sort of natural experiment, if the intensity of slavery somehow, you know, varied in some random way, or as if random, you know, if we had a natural experiment. So the Lowe's and Montero paper kind of basically implements a research design where you have a naturally observed variation which you can treat as if it were random. So then a very simple econometric approach is going to estimate the causal effect. But they never really claim that, and it seems sort of unlikely. I think, you know, if you read about the history of the slave trade and about, you know, where slaving took place, there's all sorts of issues of endogeneity. Slaves were easier to capture in one type of society than another type of society. That might have been something to do with the initial institutions of that particular type of society. You know, it might have been to do with economic factors. And here I just tell some sorts of stories about, you know, you can imagine that there's reverse causality. Maybe trust is very persistent. In a society which lacks trust to start with, it might be much easier to enslave people. That might generate a correlation between low levels of trust and intense slavery, but it would be a kind of reverse causality. You know, you'd almost be estimating it the wrong way around. Slavery should be on the left and trust should be on the right. So you can think of stories connected to reverse causality, and you can also think about stories connected to omitted variable bias. So unobservables might be correlated both with slavery, the history of slavery, and with levels of trust. For example, political development. So, you know, different parts of Africa had very different types of political institutions at the time of the kind of ramping up of the Atlantic slave trade. Those political institutions, how politically centralized they were, the nature of judicial institutions, they could have important consequences for levels of trust, but also, you know, the extent of engagement, you know, if any, in the slave trade. So I think they don't claim to have any kind of natural experiment here, some you know, naturally occurring experimental like variation. So they need to look much more systematically at how you establish that correlation that I just showed, that could, you know, could be thought of as a causal relationship. Okay, and so here, you know, when I was in Nairobi in June, I talked much more systematically about these different types of approaches one could take. You know, but the good news is that, you know, there's only a few real strategies one can use to convince economists that what you have is a causal relationship, you know, and you need, you know, what's called an identification strategy, you know. So I already mentioned one type of identification strategy, which is to argue you have a natural experiment. That's what Lowe's and Montero do, in which I'll talk about next. But as I said, that's not very plausible in this context, so they don't go there. You know, here's some possible ideas for an identification strategy. One thing you could do, again, not implementable in this context, is you could actually try to randomize something yourself. So the nicest type of identification strategy nowadays, if you could use it, is to actually, you know, manipulate some variable whose causal impact you're interested in, you know, experimentally. So conduct an experiment. So then you create random variation in an independent variable, and then, you know, you can estimate the causal impact of that on a dependent variable with very simple, you know, very simple statistical approach, you know, because you've created an experiment. So obviously that's not, I talked about quite a few of those in June, but you can't do that here, okay? Another very set of appealing techniques, you know, for trying to establish causal relationships, exploit overtime variation. So if we had overtime variation in trust, which we sort of do, we have different waves of the Afrobarometer, and if we had overtime variation in slavery, which we don't. So, you know, what one could use fixed effects, difference in different strategies, which could give the relationship a causal interpretation, but he can't use those here either. So it's not a natural experiment. He can't, you know, use he can't randomly vary anything himself. He can't use these he can't use these approaches which use overtime variation. So he's really left with one approach, which is he must, you know, instrumental variables. That's more or less exhausted the entire toolkit of modern economists to establish causality. So he's going to propose an exogenous sort of, Leonard Wanchicon proposed an exogenous source of variation in the independent variable, which is a variable which causes variation in the independent variable, but only impacts the dependent variable through its impact on the independent variable. Okay, so that's the research design is going to involve developing an instrumental variable. And the idea, so how do you do that? Well, they come up with a very kind of simple idea. You know, they start thinking about, okay, so maybe there's all these, I started telling stories about reverse causation or omitted variables, like what could some characteristic of African societies be that influenced the intensity of slavery. You know, why was Yoruba land, you know, or the Kingdom of the Congo, for example, more intensively slaved than Hausa land, you know, in northern Nigeria, or the Kuba Kingdom further into the interior of the Congo Basin? Well, an obvious explanation for that is Yoruba land was right on the coast and Hausa land was hundreds of miles inland. And same with the Kingdom of the Congo, was right on the coast. And the Kuba Kingdom, you know, was 1,000 miles into the interior up the Kasai River. So an obvious idea, which is the basis for their whole strategy, is to say, well, there may be lots of things that influence the intensity of slaving, but it seems that proximity to the coast is a natural thing. The way the slave trade was organized was, you know, the Europeans sat on the coast, they built all these castles and factories, and they bought slaves. So proximity to the coast seems like an interesting source of variation. So that's what they do. The instrument that they have is basically distance from the centroid of an ethnic group's territory, according to the Murdoch map, the shortest distance from there to the coast. Okay, and, you know, here I'm just talking about some kind of econometrics of that, in the sense of, you know, okay, so that's a variable. We need to show that that's actually kind of correlated with slave intensity, and it has to have it has to have this property. That the most challenging thing in developing an instrument is to convince people that it's excludable, and by excludable it means, you know, what I just said on the previous slide, which is that distance to the coast of the centroid of a ethnic territory, you know, is correlated with slave intensity, so it helps predict variation in slave intensity. But it's not itself a determinant of trust today. Okay, so I think that's not completely watertight here. But I think what's nice about it is that the one obvious source of kind of failure of the excludability restriction goes in the opposite direction, in the sense that, you know, you might imagine, you know, lots of things are different on the coast. There's going to be more trade, you know, on the coast, and maybe trade is associated with greater trust. You know, you can make functionalist arguments that when you have more trade, you're going to need to have more trust to have transactions, because institutions are weak and stuff. And so then you might expect that other things equal, trust would be higher on the coast. And you're going to see that's exactly what they don't find. So the one obvious source of violation of the excludability restriction goes in the opposite way to what they find. So I think, you know, I mean, one could spend a lot of time talking about this, and you can see that when you read the paper, you know, this you have to kind of worry about a lot, and economists are always thinking about excludability. So you need to anticipate, you know, where they're going to go, and you need to kind of convince them that you're okay and your identification strategy is credible. Okay, so now, so what do they do to implement an instrumental variable research design? They have to estimate a first stage. So the econometric model I showed you before, you know, which I called the ordinary least square regression, now becomes the second stage. And now they need to develop a statistical model of the variation in slave exports, okay? And that's the first stage. And here it is, slave exports E on the left-hand side. So now that becomes a dependent variable here in this first stage model. They're going to model that, you know, there's going to be all the same covariates as in the first stage, as in the previous model, which now becomes the second stage. But the new explanatory variable here is distance to the coast. So they're going to use, you know, the component of slave exports, which is going to be explained by distance to the coast, as, you know, as their new explanatory variable. Okay, so that's the empirical strategy here. And again, I'm just kind of emphasizing here, you know, slave exports, you know, varies at the ethnic group level. Distance to the coast varies at the ethnic group level. But the way you estimate this model is, you know, you use all the micro data here. So you can see here, you have all the micro data, you have all the covariates here on the right-hand side. But Stata, this is Stata will do that for you. That you and so you're fine. Okay. All right. So here's what happens when I estimate this instrumental variable model. This is the bottom panel, if you like, is the first stage. So the dependent variable is just this logarithm of 1 plus exports, slave exports divided by area. And here's the instrument, historical distance of ethnic group from the coast. So you can see this is basically, you know, this is just the first stage here is always the same. The ultimate dependent variable in the second stage is changing depending on which column we're in. So this is the thing of interest, and again, you know, all the covariates are suppressed here with like yes, 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 yes. So I kind of explained why that's significant. We're not really interested in that. We're interested in this parsimonious explanation for variation in trust. So you can see the first stage, it's negative and very significant. So further from the coast, other things equal, less slave intensity. That's what we find. And you know, I could dwell on some of the econometric niceties here. You know, there's concerns about weak first stages and things like that. So the S statistic tends to be significant, an important thing to focus on, just in terms of whether the first stage is weak or not, etc., etc. But let me just, you know, more. Those things are all important. I guess in my 2 hours here, I want to get across more what the big picture is from my perspective about, you know, what makes for a good research paper. Okay. And now, you know, this is the second stage here, the second stage, that's the regression, the first regression I showed you, but now we're instrumenting log of 1 plus slave exports divided by area by the historical distance of the ethnic group from the coast, okay? And I find this is negative and very significant. And the nice thing about this also is the coefficient is very similar to the coefficients when you estimate the ordinary least square models, okay? And again, looking across all these different measures of trust here, you find a negative, very negative, statistically significant relationship. All types of trust are lower. That's, you know, that's not obvious that you'd find that, actually. You know, even if you think about, you know, you're going to see when I talk about Lowe's and Montero why I'm bringing this argument up now. But, you know, you could imagine there's a big difference between relatives and neighbors and, you know, intra-group or inter-group trust. You know, so it could be, when you read the Leonard Wanchicon paper, you can see, you know, there's this historical discussion of the mechanisms that might have led the slave trade to lead to lack of trust. But you could also say that, well, okay, fine. you know, there's people are slave raiding and judicial institutions are being undermined. But that I can respond to that by relying more on my family. You know, we need to get together, our local community, our neighbors. You know, we need to, you know, we need to hang together. You know, we need to get together. So you could imagine that society responds in a way that kind of can create more trust in some spheres, even though at some distant level, you know, maybe intergroup trust goes down, you know, or trust in political institutions, trust in local councils goes down, but trust in my relatives actually goes up to compensate. So I think it's not obvious why you'd find these negative effects across the board. And I'm going to flag that because there's an interesting contrast here between these results and the results that Lowe's and Montero find, which I think generate a new puzzle. You know, like good research starts with a puzzle and a question, but often it generates a new puzzle. Maybe you answer the first puzzle, but in answering the first puzzle, you know, that brings to light other things that you hadn't understood before, you hadn't thought about before. And that's exactly what these two papers do. So that's, I'm just kind of flagging that there. If you think about it, it's not obvious that this is what you'd find. That's what the data says. But Lowe's and Montero different data says something different. So, and in a very interesting way, as you'll see. Okay, so this is the main kind of table in the entire paper, if you like. You know, so we took our hypothesis about the relationship between slave intensity and trust. We kind of showed it in a simple way, and now we've shown, using a very canonical research design, that it has a causal interpretation. So now I can start using the word cause. You know, historically, higher slave intensity within Africa caused trust level to be lower. But now they really, you know, now they really take the paper to a new level, I think, which is which is to sort of say, okay, fine, but let's put this in a broader context. You know, I told you a story about trust here, or Nathan and Leonard told you a story about trust, but it's a very Africa-specific question. You know, of course there was slavery all over the world. You know, there was slavery in China, there was slavery in Thailand. You know, there was slavery historically, you know, in Europe. At the time of the Doomsday Book, which was a great survey that the Norman invaders of England collected in 1086, 10% in the Doomsday Book, 10% of the population of England were actually slaves. So that disappeared with the kind of implementation of feudalism, but there was slavery all over the world historically. Of course, there was something very pernicious about the Atlantic slave trade, and there was something very intense about the Atlantic slave trade. So what the last part of the paper does is something very clever, which is to sort of say, well, you know, that instrumental variable regression I showed you suggests a kind of reduced form relationship between the instrument, which is distance from the coast, and trust. So you know, distance from the coast is interesting here because it creates variation in slave intensity. But if I just forgot about slave intensity for the moment, then that suggests there should be this reduced form relationship between the instrument and the dependent variable, which is trust. So they run this regression here on the Afrobarometer sample where, you know, the left-hand side, I mean, again, one could do this for different measures of trust. Their results so far suggest that doesn't really matter too much. So let's just take intergroup trust. And I'm going to regress that in an ordinary least square model on distance from the coast. Okay, so and that's positive and significant. So other things equal, you know, country fixed effects, individual controls, other things equal, people further from the coast trust each other more. Sort of interesting. You know, when I was talking about confounding, when I was talking about this problem of excludability, I sort of said, well, you know, the instrument, you know, does it affect trust only through its impact on slave intensity? And I kind of mentioned, well, you know, you might think distance from the coast is associated with all sorts of things. People on the coast, there's going to be more trade, there's more economic activity. Maybe they actually trust each other more. But you can see here that the opposite is true you know, so you know, it's actually true if I just look at the raw relationship between trust, intergroup trust, and distance from the coast. People further from the coast trust each other more. But here's the thing, here's the really clever observation. That's somehow a very Africa-specific story. You know, the story about the slave trade and the mechanisms by which the slave trade impacted judicial institutions or trust or whatever. That's a very Africa-specific story. It shouldn't hold elsewhere in the world because it's conditional on this particular historical process that impacted Africa. And remember, when I started, you know, the motivation here was about Africa. It was about, you know, why is it when we look at this data in the World Value Survey that people seem to trust each other less in Africa when associational life is so vibrant, okay? Well, so now what does that mean? It means, imagine I take the World Value Survey data for the rest of the world and not Africa, then it shouldn't, this relationship shouldn't hold. This correlation between, this reduced form relationship between distance from the coast and trust shouldn't hold in the rest of the world, because what generates it is this very Africa-specific historical process. And what do you know? It doesn't hold, okay? So this negative has the wrong sign even, and it's not close to being statistically significant. So this is, and this just last column is just looking at the World Value Survey in Nigeria. So mostly they use this Afrobarometer data, but just to check, this is not something funny about the world, about the Afrobarometer or difference between the World Value Survey and the Afrobarometer. You see that in Nigeria, you find exactly the same thing. So further from the coast, using World Value Survey, further from the coast, higher levels of trust, okay? So I think this is beautiful. Like, it makes the whole thing much more believable, that whole exercise much more believable, that you really kind of picked up not something spurious here, but something very specific about the history of Africa, which impacted African society and African institutions and left this legacy in terms of low levels of trust today. Okay, so I think that's what I want to say about that paper. And I want to, you know, I'm trying to emphasize a lot the kind of the style of the paper, you know, the style of how do you write a paper like this. So it's a very important paper. It's published in like the best journal in the economics profession, you know, and one of the reasons it's there is it's a fantastic question. It's an important question, you know, so it starts with a very important question, and it comes up with an explanation which brings in all sorts of aspects of African history and African society. And so I think, you know, the most important thing about research, and I'll end up emphasizing this, you know, is the question. You know, if you don't have a good question, you don't have a good research project. It doesn't matter what methodology you're using or how much statistics you know, it's the question that matters, you know, and so that's what gets people hooked, you know, and once you have a question, you start selling people on its importance, and, you know, you draw people into the research project. And Nathan is very, very good, and Leonard are very, very good at that, you know. And so of course, all the other stuff matters, you know, identifying, you know, the dependent variable, the independent variable, looking at the kind of parsimonious relationship, showing that's robust, showing it has a causal interpretation, you know. But the good news is, there's only a very few strategies you can use to credibly show that something, you know, has a causal interpretation. And I started talking about those. There's only so much I can say in 2 hours. You know about a lot of these things yourself. But my experience, you know, for teaching with Professor Bautista in Nairobi in June is that, you know, you have to keep things simple. Keep things simple. You know, we think in a very simple way. And I think this paper, of course, it's very rich. There's an enormous rich context here. But actually, the analysis and the way they develop the argument, in some sense, is very, very simple, very parsimonious. Okay, so there's many things you could say here. There's a lot. There's now quite a large literature, you know, which has stemmed from this work that Nathan did on his thesis. I'm just throwing another paper out here, which is by another student of mine, Eduardo Tesso, who teaches at Northwestern University now. Looking at the impact of slave trade on gender roles. You know, one thing the slave trade did, you know, it was primarily men who were captured and enslaved. So it actually had a big impact on the sex ratio. And anyone who's been in, you know, everyone who's been in West Africa knows that women are empowered in all sorts of ways in West Africa. You know, women run the markets in West Africa. You know, women are enormously involved in politics, in commercial life. You know, what's that got to do with the slave trade? I think it has to do with many things. You know, if you look at if you look at Igbo land, for example, in eastern Nigeria, the kind of power and autonomy of women is sort of embedded in the cosmology and in the oral history of Igbo society, you know. So not everything is the slave trade. But Eduardo looked at the impact of the slave trade, you know, on the kind of on gender roles, but thinking of this mechanism of the destabilization of kind of gender balance and the sex ratio. Okay, but so let me talk about the second paper, which is by Lozan Montero. I don't know if we should have a break for 5 minutes and let people get their breath. What do you think? Why don't we stop for 5 minutes and I can go and get some more coffee? It's early in the morning here in Colombia, and then we can start again. Is that good?
That's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. We'll be very strict, and then I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I'll start talking about Lozan Montero. Maybe it's good to just pause kind of mentally and then start again. Good. We're having a 5 minute break and then we can I don't know if you guys have an answer. Luckily, the internet held up so far. Okay, I'm back.
All right, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll
yes,
start
you can.
Okay, great. So I think, you know, there's many different sorts of research papers. I tend to like these questions about kind of comparative development and historical development, and so you know, and I think a lot of my research has been trying to think about the historical processes that have shaped African society and African institutions. And of course, the most important historical process that shaped African society and African so that's the focus of a lot of this literature. It's the focus of Leonard and Nathan's work here, and it's going to be the focus of the next paper by Eduardo Montero and Sarah Lowes. But I just think, you know, that's good to kind of remember that, you know, that's not the whole story. Maybe it's not the most interesting story about the history of African development. The most interesting story for me, neither of these papers are about that, but maybe a little bit, is about how Africans themselves decided to structure their societies in, you know, in many different ways, and in many different ways from Western societies. But that's a topic for another day. I did talk about it in June there with Professor Bautista. Okay, so now let's back up and do the same exercise in a different context with this paper by Sarah Lowes and Eduardo Montero, who are two PhD students of mine who I work with a lot in Congo, who I'm still working with in Congo. I was just in Kananga for 3 weeks in Kasai in southern Congo. And now Sarah is a professor at University of California, San Diego. Eduardo was at the University of Michigan, but he's now a colleague of mine at the University of Chicago, I'm happy to say. So they've done path-breaking work on the impact of colonialism in Africa. So you know, if we were going to think through, you know, some of these exogenous shocks that have hit Africa and stopped Africa, kind of limited Africans' ability to reorganize their institutions in the way they would have wanted to in the modern world. Obviously, one thinks about the slave trade and the impact of slavery. One thinks about the impact of colonialism. So there's a vast literature in historical studies, African studies, social science about the impact of colonialism in Africa, but there's very, very, very few real empirical papers, actually. So this is an enormously exciting area in which one could do a lot more research, because there's been very little attempt to kind of articulate in ways that can be addressed empirically what was the impact of colonialism on African societies. So I think, like, this is just one very specific study. It's very well done. It's beautifully written, this paper, I think. But I think it's more like a kind of call to action for AERC scholars. You know, there's just so many things one could do here. Okay, so Lowes and Montero, you sort of start with a great puzzle that many people have talked about, which is, you know, what role has colonialism played in making Africa underdeveloped in the world today? What role has colonialism played in creating the poverty that we see in so much of Africa? So, you know, that's a very broad question. And it's, you know, at that level, it's very hard to answer. So the trick is sort of zooming in on one aspect of colonialism. Colonialism was a very complicated thing. It was a huge set of institutions and practices. And so what you have to do is to sort of disentangle one part of colonialism and look at one aspect of colonialism, not the whole thing. You know, there's going to be many mechanisms via which colonialism impacted African society. And the one thing they zoom in on is the granting of commercial concessions. So all over colonial Africa, European colonial powers granted these commercial concessions to private companies. Okay, And the one they're going to look at in particularly is in Congo. So here's the Congo Free State. You know, first after the Berlin Conference, this was the Congo Free State, the private property of King Leopold, and afterwards it became a Belgian colony. And this is a map of the colonial concessions in Kasai. You know, that's just where I was down here in Kananga just last week. You know, the Katanga Trust, Kasai, and the ones that they're going to be particularly interested are up here in the north. So these are the sort of, these two enormous concessions were these notorious rubber concessions. Okay, so this is, you know, examining, you know, the impact of these rubber concessions is kind of interesting just because they're so notorious. You know, they're associated with such horrific violence and exploitation of the Congolese people. But I think also, you know, they want to say, so there's something kind of intrinsically interesting, but this is also they're examples of a much wider phenomenon throughout Africa, you know, which is this commercial exploitation by private companies. So these were given by King Leopold originally to these private companies, you know, in exchange for money, you know, to go and collect rubber. Another reason for examining these, you know, why not, you know, one could examine many aspects of colonial institutions, you know, the organization of colonial powers, you know, where they build infrastructure, how much taxes they raised, how did they organize administration? For example, you know, I have a project with a number of co-authors looking at differential organization of territorial administration in British colonial Africa. You know, it turns out that the way that Kenya, for example, was organized, the way the administration in Kenya was organized was extremely different to the way the administration was organized in Uganda or the administration in Nigeria. But the way that the colonial administration was organized in the east of Nigeria was different from the west of Nigeria and different from the north of Nigeria. So there's huge variation, it turns out, even within British colonies in the way organization was, the territorial organization was structured. So there's lots of variation to look at, you know, what were the consequences for contemporary African politics or African society. Okay, so one could look at many things. You know, why look at this? I think, why look at this? You know, why did this pique their attention? Well, but also because the way that this commercial concessions were organized kind of suggests a research design. Okay, because if one can argue that I'm just, you know, if I look, for example, at these concessions, the Anversoise concession, rubber concession, then because it's territorially organized like this, it suggests a research design. Okay, so and in particular, if one can argue that the border, where the border of this concession was located, is kind of as if random, then the research design involves kind of comparing just inside and just outside the border and arguing that variation allows you to estimate the causal effect of this concession on what? On long-run development. So, you know, in the Leonard Wanchicon paper, they kind of make this argument about trust, and, you know, trust is the sort of low levels of trust in Africa is the kind of leading motivation. Here, there's much less of a leading motivation like that. You know, what might have been nice, for example, you know, would be, you know, and they did this eventually, would be, you know, to go to the boundary, you know, and, you know, in the same way that when Robert Putnam talks about the north and south of Italy, he starts by telling you this story about these two villages, one village in the north of Italy and one village in the south of Italy, and he motivates this difference and sort of says, what on earth can explain? It's the same country, they speak the same language, they're all Catholics, you know, they have the national government in Rome. How could you have such a big difference? You know, it's a beautiful puzzle. So one could do, you know, it would have been great to have done the same thing here, you know, to have gone, you know, they eventually did, as you'll see. They went to Gemena, which is just inside this northern Anversoise concession, to collect data, you know, so that's a very sort of exciting part of the project and very ambitious part of the project. But you know, they could have started with a great puzzle, you know, by looking at the boundary and sort of saying, You know, like we're in the bush in Equateur province, but there's this startling difference between during the colonial period. So that would have been a fabulous way of motivating the research design. You know, I think, like for me personally, you know, if you've read Why Nations Fail, I've maybe mentioned Why Nations Fail, or all the books that Professor Asamoglu and I have written. You know, we have many examples like that where we sort of try to use these puzzling variation as a sort of like to provoke people's interest and to draw them into the study. And yeah, that's right. What is the answer to that? I want to know. Like, tell me. You know, and then you hooked people. You know that's the sort of that's very important in doing research. You have to hook people on the question, get them excited about it. Okay, so I'm just kind of saying here, you know. Probably none of this is written in the paper, but like, why study this? You know, well, one of the there's different reasons, but you know, to have a successful economics paper, you know, yeah, you need to have a great question, but you need to have this research. You need to be able to apply these research designs, and there's something just about this territorial organization of these concessions that allows you to apply these research state-of-the-art research designs in a very nice way. Okay, so. I think I probably said everything here. You know, but you know, this just to re-emphasize here, you know, that this is a kind of, you know, I said when I talked about a lot of my own work, for example, features, you know, what I would call natural research, natural experiment type research designs. I said you can't really plausibly make an argument in the Leonard Wanchicon case that what they have is a natural experiment. But here you can, okay? So, and the idea is to think of this, the boundary of this colonial rubber concession, you know, this commercial company was trying to collect rubber, you know, but at the time, this rubber concession was granted by King Leopold and the Congo Free State. Of course, the Belgians' knowledge of the geography of northern Congo was extremely sketchy. There's a lot of very interesting discussion in the paper about the history of how this boundary was born and how the boundary was drawn. And the argument is, in some sense, you know, it was drawn in a kind of pretty arbitrary way, you know. And how would you establish that empirically? Well, you look at balance, okay? So they want to argue that, you know, the boundary of this colonial concession is kind of basically arbitrary. I can establish that using historical evidence about how the boundary was drawn. I can establish that quantitatively just by looking at covariates and showing inside and outside the boundary you have balance, you know, what they call balance. So it looks extremely similar based on covariates. And then I can think of kind of inside the boundary as being treated, you know, to use this, what one of my anthropologist friends at Chicago calls the medicalization of economics. You know, like we have this, she uses that in a very pejorative sense also, you know, people are treated, you know, and, but, you know, the language that people would use is, you know, inside the concession boundary, people are treated and outside they're not treated. And, you know, here there's no explicit randomization. If you were going to do a randomized control trial, you'd randomly choose, you know, a kind of treatment group and a control group. And we could talk about treatment and not treated, you know, using explicit randomization. Here we don't have that, but we're going to talk about it as if that were true. And you know, and that could be, how could that be? Well, because the boundary is located in this arbitrary place. Okay, so there's a little bit more, and that's going to allow us to use a sort of canonical natural experiment research design using so-called regression discontinuity. There's some further condition I don't want to get into much about sorting. You know, you might be worried that people move about the border, and you know, and there's approaches for kind of dealing with that. And it's discussed in the paper, but like for my purposes here, that's kind of very second order. So let me not get into that. I just want to emphasize here, you know, that this is a sort of it's a very canonical type of natural experiment research design, which lends itself to a very straightforward empirical approach. Also, you know, that's the beauty of these natural experiments. Some of the work that I did with Sarah Lowes, for example, and Nathan Nunn in Kasai, a decade ago, we looked at the long-run impact of the Kuba Kingdom. So this was pre-colonial, talking about Africans doing it for themselves and talking about African creativity and institutional innovation the Kuba Kingdom built this, these very distinct, elaborate political institutions starting in the 17th century. So we were very interested in what was the long-run impact of that on Congolese society, and we exploited the oral history of the Kuba and related societies to construct a natural experiment. And if you read that paper, at the end of the day, we just run ordinary least square regressions because we've tried to, we make an argument about the nature of the natural experiment. So this is an experimental-like source of variation in political institutions in that case. What they have here is an experimental-like variation in colonial institutions. And, if one can make that argument, then one can use a very straightforward empirical approach, as we did in that Kuba Kingdom paper, and as we do here. Okay. All right. So I showed you that map. All right. So let's. Okay. So now. So how does the analysis go? What's the dependent variable here? What's the independent variable? In the Leonard Wanchicon paper, the independent variable was history of slaving. The dependent variable, was trust. What's the dependent variable? What's the independent variable here? Well, this is a kind of a little bit the other way around from the way I told the first story, right? The way I told the first story was trust is low in Africa, and so that's a puzzle. And how can we explain it? Well, it doesn't seem like we can use Putnam's account to explain this, because that involves associational life. Trust is low when associational life is low, like in the south of Italy, but associational life seems to be high in Africa. So there's something very puzzling here. So then Leonard Wanchicon come with a different variable. But here, instead of starting with the dependent variable, I started with the independent variable. And I sort of said, well, some independent variables are just kind of really interesting, like what's the impact of colonialism on African society? So I have an independent variable. What's a dependent variable? So, I did that on purpose. You don't have to, there's different ways you could do research. You need an independent variable and a dependent variable, but there's different entry points. Okay. So I see what I mean? I hope so. Okay. So what's the dependent variable here? Well, that's less clear. What was the impact of, these colonial rubber concessions on African society? Loads of impacts, impacts on institutions, impacts on social structure, impacts on social capital. We're going to see that. But maybe, since we're economists and since we're in the realm of talking about, what historical forces have shaped African development, we could start by looking at some kind of long-run development outcome. And that's what they do. So kind of being pretty agnostic about the detailed mechanisms and detailed impacts of these colonial concessions, that's all coming. But they start with a sort of fairly simple reduced form exercise and say, well, let me take DHS data, which I can geolocate, so I can match it to these boundaries. I could look at nightlight, I could look at, DHS data, and just look at, in a sort of parsimonious way, is it true that if I look at the boundaries of these colonial concessions, places that were formally subject to these concessions, when I compare them to places that were not subject to the concessions, are less developed. Okay, so that's the first exercise they do. Okay, and here's the econometric model. So before I sort of showed you this, we started with this ordinary least squared regression. And then I said, okay, there's an identification problem here, so we need to develop an identification strategy. So we're going to use instrumental variable estimation to do that. And then I looked at the first stage and the second stage. And so now, now we're going to do something even simpler, actually. Why can we do something simpler? Because we have a natural experiment. So here's the econometric model we're going to estimate. YIV is going to be on the left-hand side is now, I've kind of motivated this. We're going to look at some long-run development outcome from the DHS. What we're really interested in on the right is, rubber concession, okay? Meaning, that's a dummy. It's one if the person happens to be living in the former rubber concession areas, okay? There's going to be covariates, there's covariates from the DHS. There's various types of fixed effects here, which you can use in these regression discontinuity approaches. And the only, there's no kind of complicated econometrics here whatsoever. The only thing that looks slightly mysterious is this F location V, which is called the kind of running variable, which is just a kind of, usually it's the linear function. It can be quadratic. There's a sort of big debate in the econometrics literature about how to specify this so-called running variable. Again, I'm not an expert. My sense is that the experts differ. And when the experts differ, the only thing that you have to show is that it's robust to doing it in different ways, okay? But the intuitive idea here of the running variable is that, the treatment is sort of spatial here, right? So you're kind of going, if you imagine sort of going towards the boundary of this concession, outside the boundary, you're getting closer and closer and closer, and then suddenly, you're at the boundary. So there's this kind of jump up, and this rubber concession variable dummy switches on, and so this running variable is kind of sort of modeling this spatial aspect or the geographical nature of the treatment. Okay, so that's but then I just estimate this in a very straightforward way, nothing complicated. Here's this is just like, there's the two rubber concessions that they focus on. Why not do this with more concessions? Why not do this all over Africa? The Lever brothers had concessions in the south of Nigeria. There were palm plantations. You could do that. The nice thing about focusing on this is that they're going to go and collect this micro data at the individual level in Gemena. I'm coming to that. That's they're looking at this rubber. It's always a thing with these types of studies that you'd like to do something bigger and more general, but you understand much more about this specific context. You can kind of hold more things constant. You're more confident that the boundaries were drawn in this arbitrary way also. So it's very critical to this research design that the boundaries have this particular property. And if you go back and look at the map of some of these other concessions, that's less obvious. Some of these concessions the boundaries coincide with national boundaries, for example. So there the same type of argument may not apply. So that conditions what you can look at here. Your confidence in the natural experiment, their confidence in the natural experiment also conditions, why do I look at these two concessions? Okay, so that's just, kind of putting them on there digitally with where the DHS data comes from. And then, and then there's balance. Okay, so remember that the main way of motivating the natural experiment is use historical sources. Like they did a lot of work in the French colonial archives in Toulon. So the history is important here in convincing the reader, about the research design. And then, you want to show balance. So on observables, of course, it would be nice to have historical data at the time of the pre-existing conditions at the time of the creation of these concessions, after the Berlin conference. That one doesn't have that, but perhaps many of these things are kind of relatively persistent over time. So at least we can say something about. So this is like looking at covariates within 100 kilometers of the boundary, within 50 kilometers of the boundary. So the idea is that if I get closer and closer to the boundary, inside and outside, you can see just looking at averages, inside and outside should be similar. And then the last two columns is just basically running that regression discontinuity model, but instead of having as a dependent variable some development outcome, which I'm going to show you in a minute, it's using it to establish balance. What do I mean by that? Well, imagine I take YIV, and I put one of these geographical covariates on the left-hand side, like elevation. Then, if there's balance, that would mean that the estimated coefficient on this rubber concession was, basically 0. And you can see, just looking at the first row here as an example, the RD coefficient 2.77, the standard error is massive. So there's no statistic. What does that mean? It means, I can use that model to show there's no statistically significant difference between elevation inside or outside of the boundary. Okay, and so that's the sort of simplest way. Rather than eyeballing the averages, the simplest way here to see balance is just looking at those last estimates here. you can see that with all these different, it's pretty flat, that part of the Congo Basin, of course. So you're not really expected to see much on elevation. But they use all sorts of things, to do with river density, malaria suitability, tsetse fly suitability from Marcella Alsan's great paper about the long-run impact of the tsetse fly on African development, distance to Kinshasa, whatever. One thing you might be interested in is what can we say about the difference in African societies? When I talked about Leonard Wanchicon, I sort of said, well, you can imagine that different sorts of African societies with different institutions had different levels of trust and different levels of participation in the slave trade. So here, you might be concerned that even with the historical argument that maybe the Belgians knew, something about some types of African societies, and and they were more likely to create this concession where some types of African people were going to be, because they thought that type of society would be better organized at collecting rubber, for example. So I think that's probably not a concern based on the historical evidence, because the Belgians were just like extremely ignorant of these African peoples. But what they do here is they use a little bit of data from this Murdoch's ethnographic atlas. So I want to use this as a vehicle for talking about that, just because that's a fantastic source of information about African society. So when I was teaching with Professor Bautista in June, hopefully again next June, we gave many examples of exciting research that's going on about African society, and some of that collects data today, and some of it uses more historical data from this ethnographic atlas. So here, for example, they use information on centralization. What does centralization mean? Well, that's a variable from the Murdoch ethnographic atlas, which is called so-called layers of jurisdictional hierarchy, which is trying to capture variation in how politically centralized different African societies were. So, you can see, when you use that data, you lose a lot of observations. Why? Well, because Murdoch's ethnographic atlas is incomplete. It doesn't have information for all of the people that are going to be observed in the DHS, for example. So you lose, observations, and, that's how it is. But for what it's worth, you're down to 426 observations with 11 different ethnic groups. You see there's no statistical significant difference in centralization. So that's interesting, because it's a more historically observed variable, and it represents more balance at the time of the construction of these concessions. So the historical aspect is important here in bolstering the credibility of the research design. Instance of polygamy, the methods of selection of the local headman. So one of the variables in the ethnographic atlas, again, gives information on how chiefs or headmen were selected. And you're going to see why that's interesting in a minute. But again, they find no statistically significant difference inside and outside the boundary in, ethnographically observed differences in political institutions. So that's important because as you're going to see in a minute, they do find contemporary differences in political institutions. So to the extent that you don't see that in these ethnographic sources, then that gives you some confidence that these differences we're observing today are really a consequence of the construction of these colonial concessions. Okay, so balance, history, balance, that's very important in bolstering these natural experiments. Okay, so let me look at the first bunch of regressions. Remember, that's just looking at now we're kind of more agnostic about the dependent variable. We're going to use something on development outcomes from the DHS. What? Well, this is again, it's pretty agnostic. I'm pretty agnostic, so I'm going to look at anything that we think is important for development that I can measure in the DHS. Years of education, are you literate? An index of wealth, which is very interesting. So they measure the ownership of different sorts of assets, etc. Information on child health. There's a lot of information on child health, and you can see whatever we do here, which is sort of interesting. You might be concerned this is a bit of what they describe in economics as a fishing expedition. Meaning I don't really have I have a loose theory that rubber concessions create all sorts of bad consequences, violent exploitation, and that's going to have all sorts of bad consequences, you know. But of course, there's a lot of variables in the DHS. So you have to be a little careful here with such a loose hypothesis in sort of cherry picking. You know, oh, I didn't find these 10 variables to be significant, but I found this 11th variable to be significant, so I'm going to report that. So there's a lot of concern about that issue in the paper, you'll see. But here, you know, no matter how you cut it, everything is worse in the rubber concessions. You know, less education, people less likely to be literate, lower levels of wealth, and less healthy children. Okay, so that's, you know, uniformly, so then you're safe. You know, you could construct different types of indices, that's the usual practice, but here uniformly across these different measures of development, places inside the rubber concessions are poorer today. Okay, I'm trying to move this about. Okay, so and this, you know, inside concession, again, it's just that coefficient on, remember something I said before, which is, you know, the way the style of these studies is very parsimonious. Remember when I talked about Nunn and Wanchicon? There's all this stuff, covariates and whatever, it's all suppressed. You can see it's exactly the same thing here. Okay, everything else is just, everything is suppressed here. The only thing that matters is the coefficient on the variable that you're really interested in, which here is this dummy variable on inside the rubber concession. Okay, so here, you know, there's this optimal wide. What's that? Well, this is to do with the bandwidth. That means, remember, the motivation for looking at this border is, you know, is that things are very similar on either side of the border. The context, you know, the ecological context, the societies, the people, they're very similar. And one of them got hit with this massive negative historical shock, and the other people didn't. Okay, and then we're going to use that as a source of variation to look at the consequences of this shock. So, but how close to the boundary do you have to be? You know, so further away, more observations, but maybe more heterogeneity. Closer, fewer observations, less precision, but maybe more similar. So again, you know, this is something that econometricians dispute. One can take a wide bandwidth here, or there's various strategies for calculating an optimal bandwidth. I don't find this stuff terribly convincing, to be honest with you. But I think, again, like, this is an issue where you just have to do everything and show it's robust. So that's the sort of strategy that's the strategy that they take. Okay, so here's the long run development consequences. As I say, it's a kind of more agnostic exercise. And, you know, here's these nice regression discontinuity pictures. Okay, so you know, these pictures, this is the, you know, think about this as, so this is the, I'm sorry, let me just move this thing that's on my screen. This is years of education. Okay, so let me just look at one thing, which is years of education. 0 is the boundary, and you can see that, you know, at the boundary, here's the estimated here's the, remember, this is, you know, you can think of this, I'm estimating this relationship, I'm allowing it to have different slopes on either side of the boundary, and here it is when on outside of the concession, and I suddenly get to the concession, and there's a jump down. And you can just see eyeballing the data that inside the concession, you know, there seems to be systematically lower levels of education, lower levels of literacy, and this is, you know. So that picture, you know, I was once told a picture is worth 1 million regressions by a former editor of the American Economic Review. So I won't say who that person is, but a good picture is worth 1 million regressions. So these are nice pictures. I'm not sure they're so great, but they're pretty nice. Okay, so this jump, you have this jump down. What could explain that jump down? You know, if not the rubber concession. Okay, so we're in the middle of the bush in the northern Congo basin. You know, like, what could explain such a significant dramatic fall in, you know, years of schooling or literacy or wealth? You know, the concession must be. Okay, that's what you're trying to get the reader to think, right? So, okay, all right. So what are the mechanisms? Remember, so I said with Nunn and Wanchicon, you know, they're kind of focused on this long run relationship between slavery and trust. but they're kind of, they don't show much on the mechanisms, meaning through what channels has this colonial rubber concession impacted development outcomes today? You can think of lots of ways that could have happened. Okay, and so what's nice about this study is so they have that, that would have made a paper in some sense. You could have published a paper on that, but that wasn't enough for them. They wanted to take it to the next level, and I think every great paper at some point, you take it to the next level. Like for me, Leonard Wanchicon, they took it to the next level when they sort of said right at the end, this is an Africa-specific story. So if this story about trust and distance from the coast is true, it shouldn't be true outside Africa, So then that was just an insight that they took the whole thing to a different level that made it wildly more plausible, the whole exercise. And I think here, this is where it sort of goes up a gear as well. Every great paper goes up a gear. So here it goes up a gear. What does it mean? Well, actually, this is much more complicated than what Leonard and Nathan did, because Sarah and Eduardo went to Gemena. Okay, so how do you go up a gear? Well, you want to look at the mechanisms. Of course, there is available data to look at mechanisms, but many of the things that they hypothesized might be true, you couldn't do with existing data. So they went to Gemena. Here's Gemena, okay, up in Equateur province, and they collected data in Gemena. So this is, in June in Nairobi, we were joking about, cheap studies and expensive studies. So Leonard, I wanted to start with Nathan and Leonard's paper because it's a cheap paper. You can download the data from the W.B. Du Bois data set off the web. You can download the Afrobarometer data. If you have some GIS skills and Stata, there's nothing Nathan and Leonard did that you can't do, sitting in the privacy of your own home with your internet. This is a little bit more complicated. You need money to go to Gemena. Not that much. It's actually cheap to do research in Gemena, but you need the CAA ticket, from Kinshasa. And okay, so and Abebe, we're going to work on that, right? Yeah, we need to work on that. Okay, so we need to work on getting more money for AERC students to do field work and to collect data. And so anyway, this is what they did. They went to Gemena, very intrepid, fabulous town. I've been up there. So what's the appeal of Gemena? It's right on the border. Okay, so they collected information from people in Gemena, and these red dots are their sort of ancestral villages. It's their villages where they come from, or if not them, most people in Gemena migrate to Gemena. Gemena is not a historic, it's not a historic place. It wasn't a city at the time of Belgian colonialism, so it emerged in the colonial period. So people migrate, from the countryside into Gemena. So what they did was they administered surveys and collected information to look at some of the mechanisms. And just to say here, what you have is villages inside and outside the boundary of this Avessoise, the northern concession. So they can use this regression discontinuity approach on, using the data they collected in Equateur, where you can compare. Although people are in Gemena, you could say that's a selected sample. They migrated to Gemena. They talk about that in the paper. I think that's a challenge. But I think, my sense of this paper is, this is just so ambitious. What they did is so ambitious and exciting. You get a lot of credit for doing something ambitious. Yeah, you can raise some problem about selection. You can take approaches to that. Okay. But I think it's just the sheer ambition, of the thing wins people over. That's something to bear in mind too. You get credit for being ambitious, even if there are empirical problems. And these are PhD students. They just came up with this on their own and they went for it, with money. Okay, so that's what they did. Okay, they went up to Gemena and they collected a lot of information about, people's norms, people's economic outcomes, people's education, but also they asked people about village institutions. They asked about, one thing you might be interested in is what was the impact of these concessions on African institutions. Very, very large literature, for example, in African studies talks about the impact of colonial administration, so-called indirect rule, as seriously undermining traditional African practices of accountability and representation. So, you know, the Belgians didn't create a bureaucracy to administer these concessions, and neither did the commercial companies. You know, this was indirect rule, in fact, you know, in the sense that African chiefs were used to kind of collect the rubber, and, you know, they were mobilized in order to collect the rubber. So this was an example of indirect rule. So a natural hypothesis that would come from, you know, the work of Mahmoud Mamdani, for example, would be you'd see a deterioration in political institutions associated with these rubber concessions. That could well be part of the mechanism. So you might expect to see less accountability, you might expect to see lower public good provision. So that was one of the things they had in mind. They were also interested in the impact of this on society. You know, they'd read Nathan's paper. They took the class that Nathan and I used to teach at Harvard, you know, so they knew his paper with Leonard. So that one natural hypothesis was, oh, this is going to undermine social capital in the same way that Nathan and Leonard found this negative effect of the slave trade on social capital. Why not rubber concessions also? So they wanted to collect information on social capital, on trusts and things like that. Okay, so I'm just, before I show you some regressions, I'm just giving you, you know, what would I look for? What type of information would I look for here? You know, why did they structure the survey instrument the way they did? Why did they look for, you know, and, you know, you can imagine deterioration in political institutions, in accountability, in public good provision. That's the reason, you know, why educational outcomes are low. That's the reason why wealth outcomes in the DHS is low. That's part of the mechanism, okay? So that's plausibly linked, those arguments are plausibly linked to these long-run development outcomes that I measured using the DHS, which I just showed you, okay? And you know, and the sort of social capital things are independently of interest, you know, given this work that Leonard and Nathan did that I talked about before. Okay, so you know, so again, you're in Gemena, you're surveying somebody from a, you know, who's from who's from a village, you know, in the rural area, and you're asking them, you know, about conditions in that village, you know, so it's good to think about the nature of the question, and, you know, there's going to be measurement error here for sure, but, you know, what do they find? So they ask people about, you know, public goods, you know, various measures of public goods, what types of public goods are provided, and they construct an index of, you know, the extent of public good provision. Are the schools, what are the condition of the roads like, etc. Is there a health clinic in the village? And now I'm estimating the regression discontinuity model, but instead of using this data, this geolocated data from the DHS, I'm using microdata from people surveyed in Gemena, but now I'm constructing a dummy variable, which is like, you know, your village was inside the concession and your village was not, you get a 1, and your village was not, so you get a 0, and I can, since I know where the villages are, I can do the same exercise of focusing on the boundary, all right? So this is just the same type of regression discontinuity model I showed you before. You know, again, there's this sort of trying to show robustness by bandwidth. What do I find here? I find this negative effect. So inside the concession, lower public goods today, as reported by these people surveyed in Gemena. Let me point to a few things. I'm not going to get into all of this, but remember, as I just said, you know, part of the motivation here and sort of thinking about what the mechanism might be is, this is an example of indirect rule. You know, maybe it's one of the most egregious examples of indirect rule in colonial Africa. One thing they try to do to get at that directly is ask questions about leadership, selection, who becomes chief, how do you become chief? So you know, there's a lot of variation in Congo, in my experience, in these types of traditional and sometimes not so traditional political institutions. But it turned out that, you know, based on some kind of field work and focus groups they did, there's a lot of variation in the extent to which you have hereditary selection procedures. So some places chiefs are elected and other places they aren't. So that's nice, because it's a nice kind of precise question to ask about. And what do you see? You see it's much less likely within the former concession areas that the chief is elected. Okay, so that's super interesting, and it's very consistent with this idea of there's frogs making a very large racket here. I hope that's not disrupting your enjoyment too much. Okay, so that's very consistent with this idea of indirect rule kind of undermining accountability and traditional African political institutions, much less likely within the concession areas that chiefs would be elected. So, you know, the Belgians didn't care about accountability. They just wanted to get the rubber flowing. And, you know, so it's a very traditional story about indirect rule. Okay. So again, you know, low levels of public goods provided by chiefs. So this is consistent, I think, with this idea that rubber was collected by indirect rule and that's bad for public good provision. That's persisted. You know, again, you might say, well, there should be an argument about persistence here. You know, how come 100 years or 120 years later, you still have these effects? Lots of things to understand. Okay. Very consistent with indirect rule. As I said, last table of regressions I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to shut up in my appointed 2 hours, and here's the thing which I kind of flagged, you know, immediately earlier on, which is trust. What do they find? Remember when I was talking about how Nathan and Leonard find, you know, across the board, all these different trust variables, negative effects of slave trade. And I said, well, that's not obvious. You know, if you thought about it theoretically, it's not obvious that you'd find that. And indeed, that's not what they find. So they actually find a positive effect, you know, again, depends on, you know, it depends on the bandwidth because there's power, you know, like the coefficient is very similar, but the standard error goes up a lot when you lose observations. So I would say, you know, this is pretty interesting. It's positive and significant in some specifications. So inside the concession today, people show higher levels of trust than outside. Completely the opposite of what you would have hypothesized if you read the Leonard Wanchicon paper. So this is extremely interesting, right? So here, how do you explain how slavery had this negative effect on society, on social capital, as it seems to? But here, this colonial exploitation has the opposite effect. Well, the story they have, I mean, is something I alluded to, which is somehow, you know, the Belgians are kind of, there's all of this violence and exploitation, and it brings people closer together. You know, like we have to show some kind of solidarity here, you know, to stop our community being completely destroyed. Okay? And indeed, they even show some interesting information here about people's willingness to share. Okay, so they do these sort of experimental tasks. I won't go into the details, and they look at people's willingness to kind of share. So they try to show that there's actually some real evidence that this exploitation created a sort of reaction in society. You know, that people want to show some sort of solidarity, and actually creates trust. You know, like we're being faced with this hideous colonial exploitation. You know, we need to get together. So I think this is sort of fascinating because it's sort of saying, here's a new puzzle. You know, here's something to think about that we didn't know. And you know, maybe these are very different things. Slavery is very different. It's organized in different ways, you know, by different people. You know, like, I don't know, there's just many things you could think about here. But I thought, you know, so like this is the best sort of puzzle if you're an academic, which is, you know, you start with one puzzle and, you know, you end up with a different puzzle, and, you know, and that gives you something else to think about. And then you learn something that you didn't know about colonialism and the way it operated and the mechanisms and the consequences of that. Okay, so let me just say one kind of technical thing, which is, you know, the way this is designed, this study is designed, again, very parsimonious here, right? So here you're just looking inside the concession, outside the concession. We're looking at these different sorts of dependent variables. We can't say anything about the causal effect of trust on long-run development, right? So the concession was a package. It impacted all sorts of things. We can't say anything about the causal effect of any one of those things specifically, right? So this is very common with many of these papers. We can sort of show this long-run negative effect, and then we can show regressions like this, which give information about the likely mechanisms. But we can't say anything about the causal effect of one of these specific mechanisms. We can just sort of say, look, there's a whole package here, and we can tell a story about the package. So I think that's good to bear in mind. But the experiment that we have is just not fine enough. It's not precise enough to say something specific about these things. You know, Nunn and Wanchicon, in some sense, you know, had a more ambitious claim. They wanted to say, you know, we have an identification strategy. We have a source of variation, you know, about this in this one thing, which was the intensity of slavery, and we're going to use that to pin down the impact on trust. Of course, slavery affected lots of other things too. You know, I talked about Eduardo Tesso's paper. You know, you could think of slavery impacted, you know, identity. It impacted, you know, the organization of African states. It impacted all sorts of different things, judicial institutions, as I said. You know, so that would be the mechanisms part of Nunn and Wanchicon. They didn't really get into that. They could have done. But I think I just kind of want to emphasize here, there's this way of presenting these results where you're claiming some things, but there's other things you're not claiming. Okay, so let me shut up now. This is my last slide, collecting thoughts. And then you know, we can, I don't know if people want to ask questions or exactly how we're going to organize it, but, you know, just, you know, Abebe asked me to talk about, you know, research, how I think about doing research. And I think, you know, the most important thing about research is the question, the puzzle. You know, you need something exciting and important and you're passionate about and interested about. And if you don't have a good question, then the rest is all a waste of time, you know. So once you've got a good question, you know, you answer it the best way you can, you know. You want a new hypothesis, you have an independent variable. I'm being a little naughty here. Remember the way I sort of said, sometimes you go from dependent variable to independent variable. That's kind of what Nunn and Wanchicon did. Sometimes you go the other way around. You know, sometimes Lowe's and Montero started with the independent variable, and then they found a dependent variable, and which was interesting. And then they, you know, so, but I want to emphasize here, parsimonious. It's very parsimonious the way people do research. You know, it's like you have your explanation, you have your variable, okay, and that's what you want to run with. And yeah, there's lots of other sources of variation, but that's all in the background. You know, that's all suppressed in the yes, no, no bit of the table. Okay, just keep things simple. All right, you have to measure them. You want to show they're associated, and then you want to show that association has a causal interpretation. And there's a very finite, you know, kind of small bunch of strategies that you could use to do that. You know, if you're really creative and you have money, okay, back to that thing, you know, you can use explicit randomization. That's great. It's also challenging because it's challenging to apply those techniques to a kind of intellectually interesting social science question. In my experience, I'm trying, you know, but it's hard. But there's a bunch of other strategies, you know, using observational data, using overtime variation, you know, using different sorts of identification strategies. I've just talked about two of the kind of canonical strategies today, you know, natural experiment, instrumental variable. You know, top journals are full of papers, you know, using those approaches, but it's what gets them into the top journal. What got the Nunn and Wanchicon paper into a top journal? What got the Lowe's and Montero paper into a top journal is not the econometrics. It's the intrinsic importance and interest of the question. And I think that's, you know, that's what gets you out of bed in the morning. You know, not, oh, should I cluster the standard errors like that? You know, I mean. So okay, I don't have anything else to say. I mean, I could say more, but I probably shouldn't. How do we do this? Who's in charge of this show? Deanna? No. So I'm happy to ask questions. If people want to ask questions, you know, if they don't want to ask questions in person, you can send me an email. I don't know how you've been recording, how have you been organizing this? I need guidance. And I put those slides in on education at the end because I know this is about human capital. And I talk more about social capital and human capital, but Lowe's and Montero do have some results on human capital, on education and schooling and literacy. So, but you know, the same approach applies to any type of question, you know, so whether it's about human capital or social capital or physical capital. I know it's late there in Nairobi, 6 o'clock. How do we do this? I can answer questions, Abebe, or what should we do? Or we can all go and drink Tusker. I can't hear you. I think you're muted, are you?
For me, I can hear.
Can hear me, Jim? Hello?
Professor Mwabu seems to hear.
Okay. No, I'm asking Jim.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Jim?
Yes, I can hear you now, yes.
Yes. We have a participant who is trying to ask a question, but it's in French. So in your Zoom, there must be a button underneath.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can hear in English interpretation. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
D'accord, merci pour la parole. Et je remercie le professeur Robinson pour cet exposé. Je tiens à dire que c'est un de mes axes de recherche, les changements institutionnels, les institutions. Et j'ai beaucoup consulté donc leurs livres et je tiens à les remercier pour ça. Et maintenant, c'est en rapport avec la mesure des institutions informelles. Ici, dans le document qui nous est présenté, il est parlé donc des interdits. Je veux savoir comment est-ce qu'ils ont pu capter donc les interdits, étant donné que de façon pratique, la mesure donc des institutions pose un véritable problème. Maintenant, l'autre élément, c'est en rapport avec le concept d'équilibre institutionnel. Voilà, l'équilibre institutionnel donc évoqué par Fouroumon et Richer en 1997, et comme étant la situation dans laquelle les institutions informelles interagissent et renforcent donc les institutions formelles, pour qu'au niveau de la société, il puisse avoir donc un équilibre de vie. Donc, je peux, en lisant un peu le papier, ici où les concessions avaient été mises en place à travers justement donc les chefs de village, ainsi de suite. Ceci qui pourrait, ça a été de force. Donc on peut dire qu'ici, il n'y avait pas eu d'équilibre institutionnel, ou bien comment est-ce qu'on peut expliquer cela? Et l'autre élément, c'est la...
Well, I mean, I think the way... Oh.
OK. Et c'est la question de la suppression de la constante dans le modèle qui a été estimé. Je ne sais pas si cela n'a pas d'effet un peu sur les résultats. Là, donc, c'est l'essentiel de mes questions, tout en souhaitant en tout cas avoir le contact email qui, après, je pourrais envoyer certaines questions pour éclaircissement. Je vous remercie.
Okay, I mean, you know, the way I think, I mean, those are great questions. I think Lowe's and Montero, you could say both at the informal and the formal institutions. You know, they're looking at social norms, but they're also looking at how, you know, whether the chief is elected, we could say, is about formal institutions. And their argument is that there's a sort of, we think of the African societies as being in some equilibrium to start with, and the colonial concessions come as an enormous outside shock. And then a new equilibrium emerges. And what's interesting about that equilibrium, at least as they characterize it, is that the formal institutions become less accountable. But somehow society responds to that. So it's actually a very interesting statement about, you know, how Africans sort of showed agency and tried to kind of fight against this exploitation and manipulation of the formal institutions. And somehow society becomes more kind of, I don't know what the right word is, you know, it becomes more pro-social is the word they use in the paper, in response to that. And so that's that's very interesting, because it's very interesting. I find that very interesting. It's a different image of how Africans respond to this shock than the image that you get from the Leonard Wanchicon paper. So I think you're right that there's a very interesting statement there about how the equilibrium changes and how informal and formal institutions relate to each other. So in terms of the econometric model, that's very, very standard what they do, that type of research design. So I'm not sure what else you'd want to do, but standard is good. It's very standard. There's like lots of social norms about what you worry about. Is well articulated in textbooks like Mostly Harmless Econometrics, for instance. And I'm sure, my email, find me on the web. I only use one email. The AERC people know how to reach me. I'd be very happy to talk more about the issues.
OK, merci beaucoup, professeur.
Thank you for this instructive lecture. This is Adiwale from FUTA, formerly Covenant University. I hope you still remember.
Of course.
And there are certain constraints that people from this part of the world will face if you have this kind of big idea. One is money, but the other is the expertise to carry out some of the related material. For example, in geocoding, let me be very specific. When I was doing my own PhD work, I needed some data that I collected from Harvard, from African map, about where European explorers passed through. It was in shapefile, where Catholic and Protestant stations were situated. I had to send it to Larego. I hope you remember. He is, I think he's still on the faculty of Harvard University. He was the one that helped me to extract the data that I needed to use. Up until now, I still don't know how to extract that data from the shapefile if I want to do that kind of research. Or, for example, if I want to identify, I identified areas interesting, something like the two authors you discussed last, and I say, okay, I want to do geocoding. I want to know areas that are very close to the consensual areas and the areas in the consensual. That is that. Maybe people like you are thinking of something that you can also do in extension with AERC on how that kind of skill. Then, for example, how you put your data on the maps. And it will be visual and very interesting. These are, I think, skills that you see that are very pervasive in some of these journals. The last one, when you have all of this, how do you confront this location bias? That because you are in Africa, there is this tendency to think that, oh, your result may not be credible. I'm not talking about racism. I'm not talking about that. No, nothing like that. For example, Professor Mbiti is the editor of Journal of Human Resources. He's African, he's Kenyan. But he may feel that, okay, if you are in Africa, if you are in Nigeria, you may not actually have done good research. So if you send your paper to Journal of Human Resources, for example, he may say, oh, it's not going to be okay, so let me just reject it, or something like that. And some people have said maybe that's the reason why you have to pull people from that side, get Professor Lam Pritchett, get James Robinson to be a co-author, so that you can overcome that kind of barrier. I know you wrote a paper with Osei Kwaku, who was in Nigeria and then later moved to Harvard for his PhD. You did a paper and published in Journal of Comparative Economics on, I think, this centralization. So how do we resolve this if we are operating from this part of the world?
Yeah, I mean, these are all important questions. I think, yeah, one thing is about the availability of technology. You know, it's great to talk about all these techniques like GIS software and digital techniques, but if you don't have access to the software, then that's not much help, is it? You know, so I think that's something that AERC has to really prioritize. You know, we talked a lot in June about how to raise money to make more resources for research available to AERC students. But you know, what you're pointing out is even with data that you can download from the internet, you still have issues of, you know, how do I analyze it if I don't have access to, you know, GIS software and I don't know how to use it. So I don't have a simple answer for that. I think, you know, that's something we have to start, you know, working on more systematically. And I think, you know, one thing that we talked about in June is that there's many Western scholars like me who have a lot of money for studying in Africa, doing research. You know, so we should, you know, somehow we should be embedding AERC students and scholars into those projects. You know, I may be interested in a set of questions in Kananga, you know, in Congo, in this work with in Congo, but there's no reason why some AERC scholar, Congolese scholar, couldn't work with us so that they can put a module in the, you know, in the survey, or, you know, they can do some randomization which is relevant to a question they're interested in. You know, so the money we have cross-subsidizes the research of the African students. That just seems like such an obvious thing to do that, you know, that's something that we need to think much more systematically about how to organize. So, I mean, you know, you also have a kind of deep intellectual question, you know, about, I don't know exactly how you want to talk about it, but, you know, one issue could be kind of external validity. You know, I mean, it's only one of my Nigerian friends, you know, in Nsukka, says that, you know, it's only white people who talk about Africa. You know, like some Igbo man would never talk about Africa. You know, we talk about Imo State, you know, or Igbo land, or our Umuchese or something, our village. You know. So there's so much, yeah, but there's so much heterogeneity within Africa. You know, so I can estimate that coefficient in, you know, northern Congo, you know, and that could have a lot of internal validity. But what does it tell me about Kenya, or the impact of colonialism on Kenya, or even in southern Nigeria where they had concessions? You know, I mentioned Lever Brothers. Lever Brothers organized their concessions very differently than the Belgian colonial concessions. You know, so I, you know, my answer to that is that's a question of sort of the difference between internal and external validity. You know, my personal philosophy is there's very little external validity in social science because there's so much heterogeneity in the world. But that's okay, that's just how it is. You know, that's just the reality of doing social science. It's only the vanity of economists who believe otherwise, or the vanity of economists who don't know much about the world, you know, who claim otherwise. But that doesn't matter because it's all interesting. You know, it's interesting to think about that in Congo, it's interesting to think about that in East Africa, to think about that in West Africa. You know, we should embrace that heterogeneity and difference in the world. And, you know, one of the things that's so fascinating about Africa is the incredible variation. You know, it's the cradle of civilization and humanity, which means, you know, we can learn more by studying variation within Africa, you know, than anywhere else. But obviously, you know, that you have to present that in a particular way, and you have to get things in perspective and stuff like that. So I don't know. Those are great questions. I don't really have definitive answers. I hope that many of those issues are subject to kind of ongoing conversations with AERC and ongoing strategizing.
We're here. We're going to take, I think, one more question and then abuse slightly your patience, and then we'll wrap up. So.
No worries, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Prof, for that great presentation. My name is Boniface, and I ran through this paper, though not in details, And at some point, the article, you state that the article is meant to examine one of the channels through which the slave trade may affect economic development today. Now, reading through the article, I could not find that correlation between the mistrust and economic development. So, could you kindly clarify if that's true, because I could not find that relationship between the mistrust and the economic development in this paper. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, they sort of take that as given. They take it as given that there's a lot of other study sort of showing, I don't know how great they are, but there are certainly studies that claim to show that trust, high levels of trust, are critical for economic development. When I talked about Robert Putnam's work in Italy, Robert Putnam is mostly interested in showing that, high levels of trust and high levels of social capital are associated with good governance. But they're also associated with much better economic development. The north of Italy is much more prosperous economically than the south of Italy, for example. So I think Leonard Wanchicon sort of take that as given, and they say, prosperous society, you have to have high levels of trust. If you look at the World Value Survey, what Afro-Barometer data, African countries seem to have low levels of trust. What could explain that? But you're absolutely right that they never, in their sample, or in their research design, they never established that trust, low levels of trust, it has consequences for economic development in Africa. And you could think of reasons why that would not be true. It could be that in Africa, associational life is so powerful that you don't need high levels of trust. The way you do in Western society, which is so individualistic. African society is much more collectivist, much more focused on the community. Maybe you don't need trust to have economic development in the same way you do in the United States, where every man and woman are an island, and society is much more individualistic, and people are much less concerned about community. So I'm just sort of, that's not how they articulate it, but I'm saying, I'm just taking your observation and saying they take it for granted that high levels of trust are important for development, but maybe there's just a problem in an African context of thinking about trust in the way they think about it. So, good question.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, Jim, for joining us remotely from the beautiful location you're in. I'm assuming that's not really a backdrop because we see people going back and forth.
No,
and we really appreciate the deep insights about how I really like your kind of schematic of this is how research is done. Find an interesting puzzle. You got to have an independent, you got a dependent, got to establish it. So I think super helpful. Thanks a lot. And we really appreciate it.
Okay. My pleasure. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure. Okay. Nice to see you all. Okay.